I am I am retarded. Like, I am genuinely stupid. I have not checked my phone. I have not checked nothing in a while. Am I right in the head? Like, what the fuck's going on? I am so disappointed in myself. I'm very sad actually. I'm so sad right now, Leah. I'm so fucking sad. I've just confirmed I'm the most retarded person on planet Earth. That's all I know. Without a doubt, I am the dumbest fucking person on planet Earth. I really don't even know what to think anymore. So, for anyone that's here, knows I started streaming like 3 hours ago, right? I thought I've been live this whole time. I didn't realize my stream cut off like two hours ago. I've just been here retardedly talking to myself, thinking that nobody was just here. I don't even know what to feel anymore. Who cares anymore? Fuck it. Like I said, for what? Oh, dog. How delayed am I? Wait, timeout. I'm not even delayed. You just are slow. Never mind, you're dumber than me. Fuck you. I guess I was too. Don't don't worry. You ever considered that? Have you considered getting better internet? Quit being a noob? Dog, like I said, internet isn't cheap here. That's your fault for living there. But Leah, look at the bottom right. Right? Hold on, I'll do this too. Look at the diamond breakables. I told y'all rank 16. It's fucked up. Like, look at how many breakables I gotta break. I gotta break 1,800. I told y'all, for some reason at rank 16, they just do this. I do. But Leah, the previous rank I had, it was 1,000 or 9. It was 900 diamond breakables. And at rank 16, it gives you double the amount of diamond breakables you have to do for some fucking reason. Like, I legitimately don't know why. I can't even imagine how horrible it is for people without VIP. And Leah, on this, I have VIP on every account I play on. Ooh, I'm gonna get it. Oh my god. But no, I fucking, like I said, I was streaming for the past 3 hours, but I didn't realize that my stream turned off 2 hours ago due to it fucked up. Like due to it said like a blank exception or something like that. All I know is I've been here talking to myself the whole time. Shit, I've been having a blast too. I love conversations with myself.
Count. Lymphocytes are an important part of your immune system and a part of your white blood cell content. In a healthy person, the concentration of lymphocytes in your white
How are you liking this dog shit update, Leah? The dope update.
blood cells is 25 to 48% depending. Whenever they got the results back of Hisashi that were taken 9
I will. You don't even gotta answer. I'll tell you. It's like it's alright. I don't. The thing is, it's not good. Like personally, for me, I enjoyed the previous two event world more. And not only that, you haven't done it. Oh, I could literally just show you what it is in a second because my game glitched. So now I gotta leave and then because I'm doing the first quest too fast, I guess. So it lags out, I suppose. All I know is for this clan war, I literally still only have to I still only have to fucking I only have to do the clan war is literally go through the most rooms without losing. You get 10 chances every. So hold on. Show you. Basically, it's just gambling, and so far I haven't gotten luck enough to where it seemed worth it. So I don't know. Maybe it is worth it, but I haven't seen that yet. So uh.
hours after exposure. His was down to 1.
Alright. All I know is for my clan, or for the clan strategy, is, or I'm not saying, lol, get it. Like I said, on my alt accounts, I'm just gonna full send it. I don't really care. Also, where's the, oh, is it over here? I just saw inside of there. Oh, is this it? So, how do I... What? Okay. Well, I guess.
1.9%. So his immune system was tanking fast. Meikawa visits Hisashi in the hospital, and to Meikawa's surprise, Hisashi looks fine. The only symptoms he had was a red face and bloodshot eyes. And the only pain that he said he was currently experiencing was a pain just under his right ear and a pain in his right hand. If you'll remember, his right hand was the closest part of his body to the nuclear reaction. Now, while this may sound shocking,
Now I'm gonna have PTSD. Oh. Now I'm gonna have PTSD and keep trying to look over and over again to see my stream turned off. Also, the odds for this brand new huge is atrocious. I wouldn't even worry about it. I'm talking about the this egg right here. It's actually terrible.
this is actually to be expected. Radiation sickness occurs in 4 stages. The first stage, known as the prodrome stage, is the initial literal gut reaction to radiation exposure. Whenever someone's bombarded with a lot of radiation, they may throw up or have diarrhea as kind of a quick nauseous attempt to expel materials from within the body. But then after that typically only lasts a few hours, there's something called the latency period. In the second stage, the body is being destroyed by the radiation and the symptoms of it aren't made known yet. While there may be some pain and discomfort, the patient is normally fine during this period of time.
Yeah.
However, following the latency period is the manifestation stage. That's when the damage the radiation caused begins to be made known, as the person can develop anything from an immune system shutdown to skin burning and several other symptoms we're about to see. And then after that, the fourth stage is either recovery or death. So during this period of time, the radiation is destroying Hisashi's body. The effects just aren't known to him or others around yet. And Meikawa, who's seen this before, knows that this is the radiation's theoretical rising of the hammer, and he wants to be there whenever the hammer strikes. So Meikawa has Hisashi transported to his team and his facility at the Tokyo University Hospital. The transfer happens on October the 2nd, 3 days after his exposure. The first device used to artificially assist Hisashi is a breathing apparatus. See, his chest began to hurt as he would breathe, so he began to take very short and shallow breaths. So they hooked him up to a breathing mask that essentially forced his lungs to breathe through the pain. Now, in radiation sickness, the first parts of the body that are destroyed are the mucosal membranes and your immune system. So any part of your body that secretes something like the lining of your intestine or salivary glands in your mouth or mucus glands in your nose, those are almost always fried, meaning that processes like digestion become a lot more difficult. And radiation has a particularly strong effect on your bone marrow, meaning that your entire immune system production is either stopped entirely or delayed for some time. That means that with patients who are suffering from radiation sickness, it is very hard to keep nutrients in their body, and it's also very hard to make sure they don't get sick. Because an otherwise harmless infection experiences. Hello, everybody.
I don't want to hear about that pain.
Today we're going to talk about what is considered by many to be the most disturbing horror attraction you can find. And I use the word attraction loosely. It would be more accurate to call this place a torture chamber. A torture chamber that is so intense that despite a $20,000 reward for anyone who can last 8 hours, no one has done it. And that is, of course, the once friendly haunted house now turned nightmare fuel, McCaney Manor. As mentioned, McCaney Manor was once your standard Halloween attraction, but over the years, through a story we'll break down today, it earned a reputation as the most
Did I really lose immediately on the 5%? Stupid fucking game. Okay, dude.
controversial haunted house in the world. Those who travel to McCaney Manor are subjected to abuse of every kind, and the bizarre nature of its existence attracts just as many critics as it does followers. McCaney Manor also has YouTube channels that chronicle these experiences, for lack of a better word. And by piecing together these videos, accounts from participants, as well as accounts from McCamey himself, we can put together the whole picture and understand the story, conspiracy, and secrets of the most infamous haunted house in the world. I'll go ahead and give a content warning now. There will likely be disturbing images as well as some video segments throughout. I'm going to try to keep it separated to just the non-graphic depictions. However, as you're going to see, that's not an easy task. And at the very least, abusive situations will at least be talked about. So if you don't like the idea of people being tied up, beat, waterboarded, buried alive, all at once,
I don't mind that as long
which would be understandable, then you may want to set this one out, and while you're doing that, I'll be here suffering. And if you're familiar with McCamey Manor, then some of the stuff I said in the intro about the $20,000 and calling it a haunted house and all of that may seem controversial, but don't worry, we're going to get into all of the mysteries and lies in a minute. I just have to set the stage for everyone who's not familiar to it. But don't worry, we'll get to the juicy stuff in a minute. There's a few things I want to point out before we get started. For one, if you didn't see my last upload, I am working with the director and writer of the SCP Overlord and SCP Dollhouse films to bring you all Stalker Shadow of the Zone. We currently have a Kickstarter up to fund the movie, and at the time of recording, you guys have donated over $90,000 with over 1,000 backers. I am blessed beyond measure to have made it to this point. You guys have brought this to a level that I never could have imagined, and thank you all for that. We're still not done though, we still got a ways to go. The link to my video explaining it, as well as the Kickstarter itself, will be in the description. And there's a lot of cool backer tiers that hopefully you can get something cool out of. So if you donate or share, thank you so much for being a part of this, and hopefully we can make something great together. The other thing I want to mention is to the manual reviewer who's going to be watching this video, because YouTube has decided to manual review pretty much everything I put up. And they also like to demonetize things that follow the community guidelines, so I have to then go fight them on Twitter to get that turned around. I would like to re-emphasize, everything that you are seeing is not only within community guidelines, but any depictions of violence are fake or absolutely necessary for the sake of the educational aspect of this video. My audience has been incredible and has continued to show love, support, and engagement in spite of the restrictions the videos receive. But nevertheless, please stop demonetizing my videos during their most important time of growth and then reinstating them afterwards. And to everyone watching, thank you so much for allowing the channel to continue to grow and do well in spite of these shortcomings. You all are fantastic, and I couldn't do any of this without you. So above all else, thank you for being here. I also want to give a massive thank you to Jay Aubrey, as he not only made a great video about the McCamey Manor that inspired me to make this one, but he is also helpful in sourcing some clips that I couldn't find, and I highly recommend that if you enjoy this topic, check out his video on it as well. I also want to thank Loey Lane, Primic, and several other people who I'll mention throughout the course of this video for also making fantastic videos about the manor that really helped in research. And again, if you
crazy thing about McCamey Manor for me is I used to be obsessed with it. Like, I don't remember when they got popular. I think it was like the mid 2010s. I used to watch them. I always thought they were fun. Because it was like cool to see like these idiots try to push themselves through this type of torture. And it always be like, man, that guy almost got it, dude. He almost made it through, but they had to pull the plug. Then I realized later on, oh wait, they pulled it on purpose.
If you enjoy this video, then you'll definitely love theirs. I'll link them all in the description below. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we break down the nightmare of McCamey Manor. But before I talk about something that, let's be honest, will probably make your day a lot worse, let's talk about something irritating. Because is buyraycon.com/Wendigoon to get in on this deal while you can. Thank you all so much for watching the video, and thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, to understand why a murder dungeon got so popular in the first place, we need to take a step back and see where it began. And to do that, we need to look at the guy who started it all, Russ McCamey. From a young age, Russ always had an interest in Halloween and entertaining people. Because of that, haunted houses seemed to be a natural fit. In college, Russ pursued his interest in theater as he had always dreamed of becoming a sort of showman. And this interest followed him everywhere he went. When Russ was in the Navy, he would even throw these Halloween haunts on the ships he was stationed in. So whenever he made his way back to his house in San Diego, he began to host what are called home haunts. Home haunts are exactly what they sound like, someone setting up a haunted house inside of their own home. Now, the majority of home haunts are along the line of something called a boo haunt. There's a lot of...
They're fun in the South, I can tell you that, because in the South there's a shit ton of people that own farmhouses in like creepy backwood areas, and they bring you on them. I remember one time I went on one with some friends, and or not some friends, it was like a girl I was seeing and some of her friends, and we were on like they usually have it to where like a trail like a not really a tractor pulls like the thing in the back. It usually is like a car, and I remember there is like a scene where quote unquote the car got stuck, and these dudes, like, you start hearing screaming in the background. You see like four dudes on four-wheelers with chainsaws in front of them. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are we doing? Are we trying to torture her? It was awesome though,
terminology in the haunted house fandom. A boo
because he had like a bunch of acres of forest in the back, and like those people chased us throughout the entire experience.
haunt is exactly what you imagine. You walk down a hallway with some cobwebs, and then a skeleton says boo, and that's kind of the vibe. Because naturally, if the person who's hosting the home haunt doesn't have a lot of time or money to invest into what they're doing, the attraction will probably be relatively basic. Now, I for one absolutely love haunted houses. I think it's so cool to get a group of friends and just walk into some random guy's house and hope that he's not going to kill you. Now, obviously, high budget horror attractions are going to be the ones with the more spectacle, right? They're going to have the better effects, they're going to be longer, they're going to have better planned out scares. But living in southern Appalachia, there's not a ton of those to go around. So the majority of haunted attractions I go to are ones that businesses or individuals will set up on like a barn at the back of their property. And to me, those are always the most terrifying. Like whenever you go to a big high budget place, and yeah, while the effects will look objectively better, whenever a scare happens, you know that the place has signed all this paperwork saying that no one will be injured, and they have all these OSHA regulations.
Oh yeah, and that's one of those things about those backcountry haunted houses and like attractions. Those farmers will legit tell you, they're like, if you get hurt, that's your fault. Once you step on the back of this trailer, that's it, filler. Like, once you step on the back, there's no, like, ow, I got hurt, I need help. I see it. Get nothing.
and they're going to make sure that no one can get hurt on any of the equipment. But whenever I show up by myself at some guy's house who doesn't have a mailbox, and I walk behind his house into a barn that says enter here, and some teenager runs at me with a hockey mask and a chainsaw, I know how to turn off a chainsaw. I don't know that he knows how to turn off a chainsaw. And that's what living's all about. I mention all that to say that, at least in the beginning, it seems Russ was closer to the latter example. He would have these scary hallways set up throughout his house, with maybe a couple zombie or skeleton mannequins thrown in here and there. And whenever you walk into the backyard, a couple of kids with fake chainsaws chase you around to the front yard. Again, something basic, but to set all of this up and invite strangers into your home, you've got to love what you're doing. And for those who know where this story goes and thinks I'm being too nice right now, I'm painting a picture, we'll get to that. But if you're like me and enjoy haunted houses, then part of what you enjoy is probably the thrill of it. Turning dark corners, not knowing if you're going to get jump scared, or running through the woods hearing chainsaws behind you. Part of the thrill is to get a little adrenaline rush and then immediately overcome it. But as soon as you overcome it, the next question is, can I go further? Because just like with any other adrenaline junkie, we're always looking for the next scare, the next big thrill. And people would say the exact same thing to Russ, so he decided to oblige them. Now, as I get into the timeline of events, they're a little foggy. The majority of record keeping comes from short mentions on the McCamey Manor YouTube channel, as well as interview clips from Russ and participants. So I'm fairly confident in this, but it'll be fine. It seems in 1995 that McCamey Manor either began in earnest, as seemingly after only a year or two of normal home haunts, Russ decided to kick it up a notch. Each year, Halloween became a bigger ordeal. Instead of preparing a week in advance, he would prepare a month in advance. Instead of being open on Halloween weekend, he was open all of Halloween week. He began to hire more actors when kids from the local high school wanted to come scare people on Halloween week. And each year, the scares got more elaborate. And from the footage I've seen, he built some pretty awesome haunted houses. However, people kept saying the same thing: make it more scary. So Russ, wanting to be the entertainer, couldn't resist. He went from building props to complicated machinery. Instead of a scary mask flying at you, a giant spike wall would drop down from the ceiling, stopping just before it hits you. Rooms went from creepy hallways to these completely transformed environments. And by 2008, it went from open for 1 week to the entire month of October, with a constantly rotating staff of actors inside. In all honesty, the guy built a fantastic haunted house. The production level he was reaching rivaled companies that do it full time. However, the primary thing that set those companies apart from McCamey Manor was audience retention. And I mean that literally. It's pretty common nowadays for someone to be touched or shoved or maybe even grabbed inside of a haunted house. But in McCamey Manor, it was more like an abduction. Again, the information I'm going off of is around 2008 because that's when the YouTube channel started uploading. And from the videos that we can find, it was a lot. People were grabbed and had fake blood poured on them. People got locked inside of a coffin, thrown into vats of freezing water. In one clip I found...
Yeah, literally, when you went to McCamey Manor, you were paying to get tortured. Like, that's all it was. It was literally, yo, I'm here to get tortured. Like, okay, come on. I'm out back. Got you. That's it. That's all it was. It was just, you paid to get tortured. If you want to do that, that's cool. Whatever. But act or try to even say that that's like that isn't the only thing. It's literally it. Like, it was, hey, you want to get like waterboarded and shit for like hours on end? If you said no, well, then the ride wasn't for you, or the attraction was. So,
found Russ is explaining how he built this metal.
like I said, I used to watch a bunch of the shit. They would do like, yeah, with his haunted house, it was like, look, we gonna put our hands on you. We gonna push, shove you. We gonna basically beat the fuck out of y'all. If you agree, you walk in this house, we gonna beat the shit out of you. What it really all felt like is just that. It's just like, hey man, we gon' kill you, basically.
Cage where you get handcuffed to the side of it and then repeatedly dunked in water over and over, which is like one or two steps away from an execution. It's around this time that, watching the footage from documentaries and videos uploaded to the channel, that people who were just in it for the Halloween spirit started to bow out. And I mean for good reason. No one wants to go out for a night on the town with the boys just to wind up in a Guantanamo Bay sequel. However, it seems that Russ was developing a dedicated audience, because those people who just wanted it to keep getting more and more scary were getting exactly what they wanted. And it seems that it was great for business as well, as at this point people were traveling long distances to come see this final boss of
The one thing I will give him credit for is for the people that eventually did, like, go out to where he lived to do it, the only price they had to pay was they had to buy a thing of dog food. And that was it. Like, that's all the cost it was to go to McCamey Manor, is that you had to buy a thing, or you had to donate dog food, which, like I said, I think that's dope. Fuck it, why not? Elegant Eagle, dog, Diamond Dragon, Firm.
haunted houses. So for several years, the house continued to operate as a standard haunted walkthrough where you're occasionally locked in a coffin. But as the years went on, the experiences became more curated. From the videos, it looks like it went from being placed in cold water to being thrown into it and maybe dunked a few times for good measure. You weren't just handcuffed, you were blindfolded and pushed around a few times as well. They started incorporating things like tarantulas and making people eat live bugs. And a lot of this is still within the realm of the fear factor kind of thrills that you may expect from a place like this. However, one of McCamey Manor's claims to fame was that there was no way out. Once you got into that house, you were not coming out until they were done with you. And depending on how much they wanted to do to you, several of these walkthroughs could take hours. And it created this very harsh divide where people came out of the house either swearing off the entire city of San Diego forever or coming back the next day to do it again. And it was in this niche of people who couldn't get enough of the torment that Russ found an interest. So again, he wanted to go bigger. It's also during this time that, looking at clips of McCamey, his interest becomes less in the haunted house itself and more so in the presentation of it. Like, whenever he gets asked, why do you do this? Why do you torment these people? He always says it's for the footage, because the footage is what his fans want to see.
What can give you something good enough to say it's a lonely town. I don't stop the show because I got to see you active and moving, hands moving, arms moving.
So now he's not only upping the stakes for everyone else, but for himself. Which, I mean, he was always doing that, but it was more apparent now. Around 2014, 2015, again the dates are a little foggy, he decided to build a completely new facility on a farm located around San Diego. Just before he was finished with the project, he was ordered a cease and desist. Essentially, the city was hassling him on paperwork, and they were going to charge a bunch of fees, and it wasn't even for sure if he could get the certification to continue, because as you could imagine, the state wasn't really on his side. Like, sure, a haunted
Dog, wanna know the best part? Before I block you for saying some stupid shit like that? I've been live for 3 hours. 3.5 to 4 hours. I've been on. I just did not realize that I had, or I was live, like, fully for like an hour, and then my fucking program, whatever, the saying waiting to beat it. Or in your 40s. All I know is his update's alright, but the good thing about it is that I get to continue doing, what is it? This. Kill yourself. Also, yo ass gonna get kicked. That's all I know. Yo ass gonna get kicked. But lobby. Yo ass is getting kicked. Yo ass is getting kicked because yo ass is retarded. Because I already know what you're doing. Trying to fucking... You actually trying to go through the doors. Try to get good shit. When you ain't doing that for the clan. They said explicitly don't do that. They also said don't do it when it starts. They... Clan said, hey, don't do that shit yet. Wait until we figure out a strategy. And yo stupid ass is like, huh? Yo ass got 26 points. And yo ass at 26. I had 63. And I left at 4 every single time. They said for the clan war, only leave at 4 every single time. Don't get far because you ain't like that. You don't have that hustling spirit in you. It's gonna be cool. I am being genuine and not a dickhead. Also, multi-boxing? No, multi-RDPing. If I could figure out how to fucking multi-box, it'd be better instead of me having to use RDPs. But, whatever. But what I was saying, Delir, it is gonna be interesting to see how long you are gonna last with plans like these. Because one thing I've noticed about you, you do not like being told what to do. Like, anytime you've told a work story, and somebody did it, you'd be like, what you think you talking to? That shit gonna eat you up. You gonna have a 17-year-old kid on here playing with his parents' money, telling you, hey man, just do what you're supposed to fucking do. I can't wait to see your reaction. How you doing though, Lolly?
House was no problem, but whenever people start to get cuts and bruises after attending, it caused people who were unaware to raise an eyebrow. And slowly, this mob of critics began to form against McCamey. As a matter of fact, it was an angry resident who tipped the city off to his new project. So McCamey, now fed up with everything, decides to totally reinvent himself. Instead of 1 month out,
I'm on about. I'm doing good, I'm chilling. Playing this fuck ass game.
out of the year being dedicated to a haunted attraction, McCamey Manor began a new project called The Chamber. And if you're familiar with any of the stories of McCamey Manor, The Chamber's probably what you're thinking of. Instead of happening for 1 month out of the year, it would happen every weekend of the year. This seems to have begun around 2015 or 2016. To get in, you had to contact McCamey directly, and every event was dedicated to one person or group of people at a time. And instead of a haunted house, it became what I can only describe as systematic torture. This was done through an escalation of violence, where initially participants were blindfolded and sometimes gagged, before they'd begin to be sweared at and shoved around. Then the shoving would escalate to slapping, as they rotate between being waterboarded, having their hair cut off, forced to eat disgusting things, and tied up and submerged in any sense you could imagine. This was when the manor was at its worst. For one, this seems to be the maximum intensity that the violence reached. They may have been harsher on single individuals that we'll talk about later, but by and large, this was the most intense that it got across the board. And two, and more importantly, this violence was not yet common knowledge. See, McCamey Manor had built up this reputation as something that's definitely an extreme haunt. Again, see the homemade hate box. But that's still a far cry from showing up to a place and getting pummeled and spit on for half the day. So tragically, people came expecting a haunted house and ended up in the chamber. An example of this is from the YouTuber Gabs. I'll leave a couple of her videos in the description, but she was one of these people who expected a haunted house, and the actors and participants have to strip completely naked and then survive. And while that concept is terrifying to me and you, hopefully, the common through line with all of these extreme haunts is they all have a safe word. Regardless of the scenario, regardless of how intense it gets, if someone wants out, they always have the opportunity to get out. McCamey Manor prided itself on being the only extreme haunt that did not have a safe word. Now, you're probably asking yourself at this point, how is any of this legal? Because from my description, it sounds like an assembly line of assault and battery, which it is. And the way it's legal is kind of nebulous. For one, Russ McCamey never charged money for McCamey Manor. All the way from its beginning, he never charged any money. The price for entry was you had to bring a 50-pound bag of dried dog food. Because Russ was very active in local animal shelters and had several dogs himself, which if nothing else is one golden lining in this filth. So because of that, it wasn't a business where Russ had to supply goods for payment. It was Russ who had a home and you who were presumably coming there on your own accord. And while he mentioned that there was some hassling he received from the fire department regarding safety inspections, he didn't have to follow the guidelines that most businesses have to follow, like, the Geneva Convention. The other detail is that anyone who came to the chamber had to sign a waiver. And if you've been to any haunted house or really any amusement attraction, you've probably had to sign a waiver saying that if you're injured or killed, that your family won't sue or the business does not hold liability. And just because I signed that doesn't mean I expect them to kill me. But at McCamey Manor, that was a legitimate option. And McCamey's waivers would say things like, hey, you may be pushed, punched, scratched, waterboarded. That essentially removed him from liability. There's a couple fantastic videos about the legality of McCamey Manor's waivers. See, I'm not the only crazy one. We're all into this stuff. One of them was by Leisha Miller, who again I'll link in the description. But a point she made in that video was the difference between negligence and gross negligence. In other words, if a waiver is signed to remove responsibility, that responsibility is normally for things that are expected to happen. The example Leisha used is if someone slips on a wet floor in a haunted house, they would probably have a right to sue because that's not to be expected in a haunted house. Whereas at a water park, they probably couldn't because at a water park, the floor's likely to be wet. And according to that weird stringent of legality at McCamey Manor, you're likely to get beat up. Now, if you're also asking yourself, how can it be legal for a group of people to just beat up someone? I point you to Legal Eagle's video, which will be in the description, that addresses that very topic.
I love Legal Eagle. I think he released a video today about the attempted Trump assassination. And, like, at the beginning of his video, it said, like, this is, like, on his thumbnail, it said, this is not legal. Like, yeah, no shit, retard. Like, what? What are you talking about? Yeah, I would fucking assume the guy that did all that wasn't doing it legally. Honestly, I'd pray to God it was illegal. something already in the area. Where?
It's fairly common for people to beat up someone or get beat up, and it all be above the board. The example that Legal Eagle used was fighting events. If you've got a boxing fight and someone punches someone else, the cops don't rush the stage and arrest that guy, although that would be funny, because it's agreed that within the sport it's acceptable to hit someone. So on that same technicality, as long as people aren't getting pushed to the brink of death on purpose, which is even hard to prove in itself, then there's a solid chance that McCamey Manor is legal. Now, everything I just said has to do with the legality side of it. That's not addressing morality. But again,
I can reapply the unbanned on in October. Till then, I don't know. I'm just in a state of like, I don't really. I would like to be unbanned, yeah, but at this point, who cares? It'll happen. It won't happen. Gotta see. Ain't nothing I can do. Womp womp.
Russ wanted the show to go on, and it kept going on. Now, during this time, people who were upset because they participated under false pretenses began to threaten legal action, so Russ began to tighten the hatches. He began to screen people who wanted to come to the manor, and participants would have to get an approved doctor form saying that they were in good health, and even provide proof of medical insurance. It seems that Russ was trying to cover his bases, however, one base he couldn't cover was the state of California. I will be cold in the dirt before I snitch on someone.
It's only been 3 months. Like, yeah, I would be happy to go back to Twitch, but at this point, not even something in my mind. I don't really. I would like to be unbanned, but at this point, it don't even matter. Because if I go back to Twitch, I'm most likely not even gonna play Skyblock anyway. I was already out the door for Skyblock on Twitch. So, like I said, I don't know. If I'd play, I don't know if I'd play this because clearly nobody watches me play this except other people that from Twitch that also play it.
Tax evasion, but around the end of 2016, it seems that Russ was being hassled by the state for some late fees. So, Russ packed up everything and moved to Summertown, Tennessee. According to him, Tennessee just so happened to be a land away from California that had available property, so he moved everything east and decided to boot his operation back up. So to promote this new location and get people invested, he announced that there would be a $20,000 prize for anyone that could make the full trip at McCamey Manor. It seems that the reason Russ added the $20,000 prize is because of Tennessee state law. According to Tennessee law, consent can be removed at any time the participant desires. So even if a waiver is signed, the person can remove their consent from the waiver in that moment. The only caveat being, after the event or deal has occurred, they can't remove consent after the fact. But that means for anyone in McCamey Manor, it is state law that they have to have a way out. So, reluctantly, McCamey incorporated the safe word. However, if you don't use that safe word and stick it out, you could win $20,000. And despite moving across the country and having to completely shut down his original operation, at this point, the McCamey Manor was more popular than it ever had been. The haunt had changed, and we'll talk about that in a second, but now it was a haunted house that you could win $20,000 for only 8 hours of your time. But now that the reputation of the house had began to go around, people began to look at videos that McCamey had posted of how awful the chamber could be, and then the manor became this pinnacle of endurance that you could win an insane cash prize if you were strong enough to conquer it. It was at this time that, according to McCamey, there was up to 17,000 people in a wait list to get into the manor. Because remember, they're only doing this once a week, and as you could imagine, a lot of people wanted on board. I've got my own theories about that wait list, but hang with it for now. It's uncertain exactly when this process began, but at least by this point, The entire experience was individualized. McKamey would interview a participant, ask what their biggest fears were, incorporate them into the scare. So because of that, every experience was completely different. Now, another secret that McKamey kept very closely guarded was that of the waiver. It was also around this time that the waiver got longer, much longer. According to people who went whenever the chamber first began, it was just a couple of pages that pretty much said, hey, we can beat you up, right? Well, the new waiver that listed every possible outcome of what could happen to you at McKamey Manor was 40 pages long. See, again, you weren't supposed to know what was going to happen to you whenever you step into it. So McKamey didn't want people to read the waiver online and figure out all the possible tricks he could play at the manor. So the only way to see the waiver was to sign up and then have McKamey hand it to you in person. That was until a version leaked online in the past couple years. Now, it would be insane for me to sit here and go through a 40-page waiver and list off all of the possible nightmares you could experience. Hey, so we're going to sit here and go through a 40-page waiver of all the nightmares you could possibly experience. Now, we're not actually going to go through the entirety of the 40 pages. Most of it is just legal ramble and I hereby state and blah blah blah. And we're not here for that kind of nonsense. We're here for the torture stuff. Now, a couple things I want to note before we get into it. For one, I am not 100% sure that this is the actual waiver. I'm like 90% sure it is because it leaked online, and after taking the waiver and then cross-checking it with screenshots from participants that leaked online, as well as video clips of people reading the waiver aloud in person with Russ, it seems to match up. And several journalists who received the actual waiver and talked about it corroborate a lot of the stuff seen here. So I'm pretty confident in it, but again, a big allegedly over everything I'm about to say. I'm also going to include a link to this waiver in the description, so if you want to check it out or follow along, you're welcome to. The text has been shrunk a bit, so it compressed down to 23 pages, but like I said, I'm pretty confident in it. It would also help if I explained how the Tennessee location worked, so that some of the statements in here make more sense. The stuff I mentioned earlier still applies, where you have to contact Russ individually, and then you get put on a wait list, and then you have to go through all this screening. But once you had sat down with Russ and signed the waiver, you were then told to meet at a pre-designated location, where you were then blindfolded, thrown into the back of a van, tortured for a while in the van while you made your way to the torture location. And then if you could last for like 4 or 5 hours at the Summertown, Tennessee location, there was supposedly another location just over the state line in Alabama that no one ever made it to. I'll explain how I feel about that Alabama location in a little bit, but for now, that should catch you up for what this waiver is talking about. Like I said, a lot of the form in the beginning is just legal stuff like a general release, accidental death and disability, except for the third clause that says participant agrees that if the police are called or appear on scene, that participant acknowledges that this is just a game. Which, according to Russ, was something that happened at the Tennessee location a lot. Bunch of legal stuff. McKamey Manor has the right to video footage. You testify that you're doing this on your own free will, blah, blah, blah. The details start at 17, where it says, participant fully understands that McKamey Manor is an extremely physical and that participant will leave McKamey Manor with bumps, bruises, cuts, and other possible injuries, including possible broken bones. Participant understands that injuries are never on purpose at McKamey Manor, and participant is fully aware of the risks and takes full responsibility. Again, like I said earlier, you may sign something like that at like a rock climbing facility, but you know, at the rock climbing place, I don't think breaking my femur is their objective. Participant was warned numerous times about the intensity of McKamey Manor by the owners and other members of the crew, and that you really don't want to do this. Participant agrees and understands that your life in reality is not in danger and this is just a game. Is that a fact? Participant agrees and understands that during the tour and participant is in the van, they will not be secured by a seatbelt or other safety device. I can imagine someone getting this far. They're like, yeah, I'll be waterboarded, punched, scratched, even stabbed, but road safety. That's the real killer. Participant understands and agrees that they realize they are not being tortured and this is just a game. Really? Participant understands and agrees that they are not being beat up, slugged, or actually physically harmed. You will be roughed up, but no one is here to hurt you. Knowing that, McCamey Manor is very rough and not for the meek. Participant will have bumps, bruises, possible black eyes, swelling of the face, etc. That one's just an outright lie. There are people who are paid to hurt you. Participant understands and agrees they're never being held against their will. We'll get to that. 26 is interesting. Participant understands and agrees that they are aware that this is a live theatrical show, not reality, which is being performed specifically for participants and other guests. Russ talks about that a lot, how the justification for this whole thing is that it's a kind of play or theater, and it's interesting that that bleeds over into the waiver as well. Participant fully understands that by signing this waiver, they're giving McCamey Manor permission to keep nothing off the table except sexual or inappropriate situations, because that would be wrong. Everything else imaginable can and will happen inside of McCamey Manor. You are aware of this and are giving full permission for any action that may happen inside of McCamey Manor. Participant agrees to and has full knowledge that if selected to visit the barber, participant may leave McCamey Manor completely bald, including eyebrows. That's something I forgot to mention. Shaving people's hair, and in some cases making them eat it, is a big pastime for these guys. Mouse traps will be used. Oh yeah, this one. Participant agrees that if selected, they could be buried alive under 12 feet of dirt and rock to which they will have a limited amount of air, and that they will have to figure out how to escape, and they could possibly breathe in a significant amount of dust, dirt, or foreign objects that may cause death if participant does not breathe properly or hold their breath at the right time. Like, yeah, getting buried underground, that's traumatic and all, but I like how the waiver specifies the correct way to breathe, 3 times? And if you'll notice at this point, there's a lot of misspellings, a lot of incorrect grammar, a lot of weird detail, and I'll talk about that at the end. Participant agrees to partake, if selected to participate, in a height stunt that involves walking a plank 25 feet above ground without a safety net. Participant agrees they will come into contact with poisonous animals. What if they're venomous, huh? Is that covered in the waiver? Participant agrees and acknowledges that they are responsible, whether they quit an activity or not, for bringing all the equipment and materials back to the van. You're laying there with like teeth missing, broken bones, and it's like, hey, you're gonna help me carry this back because I've got like a bad knee. And my doctor really said I shouldn't be lifting heavy weights, so I mean, you signed the waiver. Participant acknowledges and agrees to be submerged in...
Hey, it looks like it's only like a... Well, actually, wait, how much is that fucking huge?
in 60 feet of open water. Participant acknowledges and agrees that their breathing apparatus will be removed and that it is participants' responsibility to make their way to the surface on their own. If done incorrectly, there's a real chance of the participant drowning or receiving decompression sickness, the bends, which could cause permanent injury or even death. Where's this guy getting 60 feet deep pools and 25 foot, what was that, like an aerial circus where you have to walk without a safety net? And also, same as the live burial thing, it is a lot of description on how to not die. There's mentions of the safe phrase that we'll get to more specifically in a minute. There is a clause that says participants understand and agree that they will absolutely get cuts, severe bruising, and or swelling due to open hand striking on their face and other physical contact. A clause about electrical stimulation, because of course, and then clause 39 is interesting. It says participant understands for this specific show only that participant is being offered a safe phrase. It is up to the participant to use this phrase due to their weakness if they feel they need such a weak precaution as a safe phrase. And then a yes or no check indicating if the person wants a safe phrase or not. Now, from watching the way that Russ discusses this phrase whenever he's going over the waiver with someone, He highly implies to them that they need a safe phrase, even though the waiver kind of accuses them of being weak and pathetic if they choose to have one. But all of that's void because if you'll remember, part of the state law is that he has to have a safe phrase. So why, if it's required, is there even this clause asking if you want one or not? As a matter of fact, whenever someone refuses a safe phrase in person, Russ makes them have one anyway. So what's this purpose of a clause calling someone weak if they're going to get a safe phrase whether they want it or not? And we'll get to that. Come into contact with raw sewage, lovely. And then clause 41. Participant agrees that their entire tour will be viewed by a live audience in Las Vegas, the Philippines, and/or Thailand, and that they will act appropriately. That clause is a whole can of worms, but we'll get there. Throughout the 40s, there's a lot of stuff about accidental injury, but 50 says participant fully understands and agrees that once participant enters McCamey Manor, there is no quitting unless serious physical or psychological injury is present. But again, the waiver seems to contradict itself at points because here it's saying that there's no stopping unless it's absolutely necessary, but in another part it says that a safe phrase will get you out of it. Participant fully understands and agrees they may be crushed in a pit by various objects. Anyway, participant fully understands and agrees that they may be fish hooked, which may inadvertently cause rippage to the mouth area. Is rippage the word? I guess. For those that don't know, being fish hooked is when someone grabs your cheek and like pulls it from the inside, which is actually something that happens a lot, oddly enough, at McCamey Manor, not in normal day-to-day life, hopefully. Participant fully understands and agrees that if they are selected to visit the dentist, that they may have a tooth extracted without Novocaine and will not hold McCamey Manor liable. Ignoring the use of the word libel, threatening to pull your teeth is something that Russ like to do a lot. Participant fully understands and agrees that they will be participating in various medieval torture devices, such as knife throwing while strapped to a spinning wheel, shackles, chains, gibbet cage, stocks, the rack, etc. This place is just a big carnival. It's got a giant pool, it's got elaborate air stunts, and now someone's going to throw knives at a spinning wheel. Participant fully understands that they may be bruised by paintballs. That's where I draw the line. 64. Participant fully understands and agrees that MK Ultra mind control may be used. MK Ultra mind control. Okay. Participant understands a nail may pierce their hand. I guess Russ is on to crucifying people now. Threats of fingernail removal. And then participant fully understands and agrees that medication may be given that induces hallucinations or sedatives given in a pill form or by hypodermic at McCamey Manor's discretion. Tattoo and piercing. Choking may occur and vomiting may occur. Participant fully understands and agrees that McCamey Manor will use humiliation tactics such as name calling. Those monsters. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be in an enclosed chamber with live animals, which may include mice, rats, roaches, tarantulas, millipedes, centipedes, snakes, spiders, potato bugs, worms, larvae, snails, slugs, grubs, crickets, etc. Mentions of being drowned in a toilet, lovely. Participant fully understands and agrees that when they are taken hostage in the first moments of the tour, that it is extremely physical and daunting, and participant will receive bumps, bruises, possible sprains or broken bones, black eyes, etc., and participant will not hold McCamey Manor responsible or liable. That's like the third time it's mentioned you're going to get a black eye. Participant confirms that they have never been arrested or incarcerated for a felony. Why do you care? You're like a conversation away from a couple dozen charges. But if a guy ever smoked the devil's lettuce, then he doesn't get the privilege of getting beat up by me. Tragic, I know. Participant confirms they are not wanted by law enforcement. Owners and actors may vary. Participant confirms that they are not involved with law enforcement and are not part of any McCamey Manor sting operation. Participant fully agrees to continue the tour and challenges themselves during the McCamey Manor experience, even though at a specific moment in time, Participant requests the tour to stop and to leave McCamey Manor. Participant agrees to have the tour continue no matter what participant may say at any time of their panic state of mind. Again, more contradictions with stuff that was mentioned earlier. Moving on. Another mention that there's no stopping until they say so. Participant fully understands that at many times during their tour they will be in a panic state of anxiety in which they will feel they will drown and that they may die. Participant completely gives permission to McCamey Manor to put themselves in those situations. I like how it reads as if the sentence is going to end with participant recognizes that these situations are fake or whatever, but instead it just says, hey, you may drown. That's cool, right? More clauses saying you don't want to do this. There's a mention that the participant will not take legal action, as well as one that says the video footage of the participant's time in McCamey Manor will never be handed over, even through legal action. But that's just completely not true, because if he is subpoenaed to hand over the tapes, what's he going to do? Be like, well, the waiver clearly states. Continuing on, and yes, it's a different time of day, don't worry about it. Release a videotape and informing the participant that they will receive no money for it or a copy of the waiver, even if legally requested,
No.
which again, doubt. More stuff about you're not getting out until we say you get out. That's like the 4th time now. Participant, having spent time with Russ McCamey and other staff of McCamey Manor and through other people and what participant has read, know that Russ McCamey and the staff of McCamey Manor truly has my best intentions at all times. Really? Participant fully understands and agrees that Russ McCamey and the staff of McCamey Manor run a very clean and positive show. No sexual or religious situations, and even that cussing from the participant is not allowed inside McCamey Manor. Remember, war crimes are acceptable, but no swearing in this Christian Minecraft server. More stuff about being crushed in a pit and eating gross stuff. This is all standard at this point. Participant agrees that they will be in very close contact with fire surrounding their entire body, with the real possibility of getting burned or possible death. Participant agrees that if they are selected, they may participate in a stunt involving a liquid such as quicksand, and it is participants' responsibility to remain calm and stay on top of the quicksand. There is a possibility that drowning may exist. You know how, like, when we were kids, we would watch TV shows and, like, quicksand was a reoccurring theme? So if you're like me, you would game, like, alright, if I'm ever in quicksand, I'm supposed to spread my body out and blah blah blah, but we grew up and quicksand is, like, not the daily occurrence we once thought it was. Well, see, that's where life tricks you, because it was actually preparing you for McCamey Manor. He's got all of it stashed up. Which, now that I say it out loud, this guy does kind of strike me as a cartoon villain. Alright, now we're just off the wall. Participant agrees that if selected to participate in Houdini's Chinese water torture apparatus, which will include being submerged upside down by your ankles with a straitjacket in a cylinder with live moray eels. There is a real possibility of drowning if participant is unable to control their breath. Being put in a pit with rats, participant agrees to participate in a high-speed barrel roll where the participant will be inside a 55-gallon drum as the barrel rolls down a severely steep mountain. It is participants' responsibility to secure themselves inside the drum in order to not receive serious injury. The drum will end in a 10-foot pond. Now, notice that too, that there's nothing about how
This
the
is
pond
awesome.
is related to the waiver. It's just informing the person signing it that they will then be underwater. This might be my favorite of the entire waiver. Participant agrees that if selected, they will have to swim 200 yards underwater in a makeshift sewer system with several obstacles and traps blocking their way. It is participants' responsibility to hold their breath while navigating the underwater maze. We're leaving the realm of a horror house and entering, like, Doofenshmirtz contraptions. Now, this one's an important point that'll come up later. Participant acknowledges that even though participant has decided to quit the tour, talking about the safe word, the tour will from that point slowly ramp down to continue with the illusion for film purposes. This may include roughing up, participants' head underwater, choking, actors harassing participants, slapping until the walk of shame begins. As Russ explains this clause in person, he sets it up as if it's to keep the movie going for those watching, but we'll talk about what that actually means in practice. In short, it means you're not are saying if there's any items on the list that are completely off limits. And from testimonies of people who like talked to us and went through the process, apparently you get to pick like 2 scenarios that are completely off the table. Like if you have a super fear of suffocation or something similar, but you supposedly can only pick 2. So I want to ask you all, out of everything I've mentioned and other possibilities, what's your 2 no-goes? What are the 2, out of everything I've mentioned, the 2 things that are too far? For me, I think it would have to be the swearing. Participant acknowledges and agrees that they will receive hundreds of welts from a paintball gun. I don't know why the paintball gun had to come up twice. Participant will be given a safe phrase. If participant uses this safe phrase, the tour will stop, slowly come to a stop, but harassment, yeah, that's how that's worded, shoving, etc., will continue until participant completes their walk of shame. Again, lining up with the thing that was mentioned, where even though you say the safe word, they pretty much decide when it's over. Participant acknowledges that even though they have quit the tour, participant will still be hooded until drop-off, and even though participant is in the ramp down mode, their hair may still be cut. Lovely. Participant acknowledges and agrees that they are agreeing to participate in McCamey Manor's extinction for up to 36 hours, which McCamey Manor is permitted to continue with the game at any point in that 36-hour window. Out of all the stuff I've seen, I haven't heard of a game coming close to that long. 9.5 hours is the max. But yeah, a day and a half of this torment sounds fun. And after that, a bunch of basic signature, confidentiality, blah, blah, blah. Fun part's over. So, to go ahead and let the cat out of the bag, now that we've gone through that whole waiver of all the stuff that can possibly happen to you, I'll go ahead and tell you the waiver's fake. And no, this waiver isn't fake on the internet. I'm pretty certain it's the one McCamey's using. I mean, as Russ uses it, it's a farce. For one, any lawyer could tear this thing to pieces. Not only is there contradictions between a safe word and it ends when they say it does, but there's so many grammar mistakes and misspellings that there's no way this would hold up. Furthermore, for several of the topics mentioned, that's not how a waiver works. Like, yeah, as I explained, he could probably get away with the hitting and a lot of the constraints that happen to people during the tour, because that's within the reasonable links of an extreme haunts waiver. But when he mentions like shooting you up with hallucinogenics, you can't do that just because it's on a piece of paper. Again, physical violence is kind of a gray area, but you can't murder someone by suffocating them with a plastic bag or shoot up hallucinogenics into them and just say it's okay because there's paperwork. Like if I was caught smoking marijuana and the police show up and they're like, all right, you're under arrest. And I'm like, not to worry, officer. I have a waiver. You can't just do crime because you and someone else agree that you should. So if it's fake, then what's the point of the waiver? And the point is, just like the majority of everything else McCamey does, it's a scare tactic. Think about it. You have signed up to take on the most extreme haunted house that has ever existed. So much so that you get 20 grand if you can make it through it. So you talk to the guy, you do Skype calls, and then you meet him in person, and then he sits down and hands you a piece of paper that says you're going to have hallucinogenics shot into you, that your hair's going to be shaved, that you're going to have teeth removed. People are going to be watching and betting on you from Vegas as if it's some kind of dark web red room. I mean, come on, the stuff about walking on a 25-foot platform and like jumping into a 60-foot pool. This guy built this stuff in like a shed. The entire point of it is to manipulate you into thinking that anything you could imagine can happen. And whenever you watch the actual videos, it's clear that the majority of the abuse is just getting dunked in water or getting slapped around, and that's it. Now, I'm not saying that to minimize those activities. It's still horrific that that happens, especially because, as mentioned earlier, several people signed up to this not knowing what they were getting themselves into. But here, the manipulation's going the opposite direction. You think you're getting yourself into these extreme life or death scenarios, and while it's certainly imaginable someone could be killed at McCamey Manor,
they are just asking to have someone die or have a heart attack. What happens if someone dies during their tour? A waiver won't mean anything. We have had one heart attack, for real. 7 years ago, we had a heart attack. That was good stuff.
It's not going to come from Houdini water escapes. It's probably going to come from drowning in a bucket or something lame. It also lets McCamey counter a lot of the arguments against him online. As I mentioned, the most atrocious thing is the idea that someone can show up and not know what's about to happen to them. So now if he goes the complete opposite direction, anytime someone enters with a criticism like, I don't know, don't beat people, he can point and say, well, they agreed to all this, slapping and cutting a few times shouldn't have been a big deal. And it doubles down on the manipulation of having the participant feel that they signed up for it. Which, true, while some people I do think legitimately knew what they were doing and then did it of their own accord, I mean, a lot of people come back for a second or third visit. I would also venture to say a lot of people who signed up for it
Oh my god,
probably
it does.
aren't in the greatest shape of mind.
I probably should have realized that. I would have started doing that instead.
And this waiver could be seen as a false justification.
Pick random thing. My fuck ups not work. Not even on.
For Russ's actions. Now, it was around this time, again the same period of time when the manor was as popular as it ever had been, that detractors of the manor were also as popular as they ever had been. There were website petitions to get this entire thing shut down. To this day, there is a subreddit that is consistently praying for this man's downfall. And a lot of the behavior Russ has during this time period of 2016 to 2019 is kind of a counter to that. One of the details of McCamey Manor that gets brought up a lot is Russ's Facebook group. He has a Facebook group that at one point had over 20,000 members who pretty much just worship the ground the guy walks on. Like, he has these massive fans of people who have never been or have no interest in going to the manor, but I guess from what it looks like to me, people have kind of interpreted Russ being attacked for, you know, good reasons as some weird form of cancel culture, which is kind of a false equivalency, but I won't get into all of that. I'm here to talk about, you know, the weird torture stuff. But as the critics were building, the weird torture stuff started to change. It's in my opinion, again watching videos of Rust and testimonies from even people who worked at the manor, that during this time he started to get kind of bitter, or at least more bitter than he had been. And a lot of the videos and content that he produced was made as a middle finger to people who didn't like him. One of the best examples of this is in one of the final videos uploaded to the original McCamey Manor YouTube account. There's 2 YouTube accounts. He claims the first one was hacked or something. There's a video titled Portrait of a Mole, which is this 6-hour video, and you guys thought my videos were long, where McCamey says that someone who signed up to come to the manor was actually a mole from the haters on Facebook who was trying to get the inside scoop of what happens at the manor. Now, this is weird for several reasons. For one, the idea that someone thinks this guy's running a torture dungeon, so they decide to sign up for the torture dungeon. But also, what would they need to come in to expose? Russ talks about that a lot, how he's afraid of sting operations, but everything that he does, which isn't even as bad as what's listed on the waiver, is uploaded to the YouTube page. There's no need for someone to experience it firsthand to have evidence of what he's doing. Regardless, in that video, he kind of interrogates the guy whenever they're going over the waiver to figure out if he's a mole or something. And he sets up this whole narrative where he says that the guy was meeting a contact the night before he showed up to meet Russ, and that they were putting together this whole plan to take him down. So once they get him in the van, because if you remember, they transport people from the van to the Summertown location. As they're torturing him in the van, after about half an hour, the guy taps out and uses the safe word. Well, in the video, Russ makes the point that this guy doesn't deserve to get let off easy. So even though the guy used the safe word, they continue to torture him for like 3 hours, to the degree that when he comes out of it, his face is red and swollen and it looks like this guy was one of the worst cases I've seen out of everything through the manor. And then at the end of the video, Russ posts videos of this guy, his name's Jeremy, where Jeremy says that he's going to take legal action and that it's true that he was a hater who was looking to take down Russ this entire time. But from everything I've looked up and been able to find, this never amounted to anything other than this angry video that's only seen at the end of Russ's channel, and supposedly was posted throughout Russ's Facebook group, but the Facebook group, as you could imagine, is guarded like a gate for some reason. D'Angelo Wallace made a fantastic video where he managed to get in and see a few of the things they talk about, and it's weird to say the least. Now, this whole scenario felt fishy to me. For one, it's weird that this Jeremy guy, as I mentioned, would go through all this for proof. And it's also a bad idea if Russ is trying to prove his innocence, that he would show that he was breaking the law on camera by not letting the guy leave and continuing to beat him up for a while. Essentially saying, oh, you don't like the manor? Well, we'll continue with the assault and battery until you change your mind. Well, along that train of thought, and I can't confirm this, but there's a bunch of people online who say that Jeremy was paid off by Russ, and that this whole scenario of him being a hater who came in from outside to try to expose him was just something that Russ made up for the cameras. Like I've talked about a lot before, a lot of what Russ does is for the showmanship of it. That's why throughout the waiver and throughout all of his interviews, he talks about the importance of capturing good footage. And this also, again, ties back into the psychological warfare that he's playing on everyone outside of the manor. Because now, if you're someone who hates it, this is supposed to instill fear in you that you won't mess with Russ, because he's a real dangerous guy. Again, as if you couldn't catch that from the hundreds of hours of torture videos. This whole smoke and mirrors tactic is something that Russ uses a lot, not only on people outside of the manor, but people who are participating in it as well. Remember that thing in the document about MK Ultra will be used on you? While that's a very stupid way to phrase it, Russ does use a lot of manipulation tactics. For example, in the document, it mentions how if you are chosen to see the dentist, you will have a tooth pulled. Well, there's clips of people supposedly having their teeth pulled on the YouTube channel. But whenever you watch these clips, you can clearly see that they have a fake tooth as a prop. However, the participant thinks that their tooth's actually been pulled. I mean, think about it. You've been roughed up, you've been blindfolded, you read on a waiver that you're going to have your tooth pulled, so whenever you feel a plier go into your mouth and then see a guy holding a tooth, you would logically think that you lost a tooth. He does the same thing when it comes to fingernail removal or eating a lot of disgusting living animals. Although, trust me, there's a fair amount of real gross eating too, just not the extent that he says. Like, for example, remember that detail in the waiver where it said that this is going to be live streamed to people in Vegas? That comes from accusations he was getting online where people were saying, oh, I bet the way he makes his money is it's in these dark web red rooms. Which for one, aren't real, and two, if you watch the McCamey videos, he's recording the whole thing with like a GoPro and a Walmart microphone. There is no way this guy is live streaming the footage and then taking live bets to see how long this person lasts. But as long as rumors started up that he was live streaming them overseas, he just leaned into it and started saying, yeah, and not only that, but they bet and then give me money to do certain things to them and blah, blah, blah. Because it all leads into the illusion or the show of the scare. In a lot of the videos I watched at the Tennessee location, he would get people in these big trenches of water and mud and tell them that they have to find their way out because there's crocodiles in the water. But this guy doesn't have crocodiles in the middle of Tennessee. It's, again, all just a farce to encourage the show. And another aspect of that manipulation is the $20,000. Remember, the $20,000 reward only showed up after he moved to the Tennessee location, and from there the entire show was completely different. However, that insinuation of money got a lot of people interested. However, it seems like that was fake as well. The longest guy who ever made it at McCamey Manor was a career Marine by the name of Russell J. Now, the video of Russell was uploaded to the YouTube channel in April of 2016. This is right on the verge of whenever the manor would have transferred from San Diego to Tennessee. So I'm not 100% positive this was after the money was on the table, but according to a lot of the people who talk about this and are more enveloped in the research of it than I am, this was after the money became a deal. So in Russell's video, he lasts about 9.5 hours through the entire experience. Theoretically, he only has half an hour to go, and he will be the first person to complete McCamey Manor and get his 20 grand. And while in the video it looks like Russell's in a bad place, I assure you, pretty much everyone who's in McCamey Manor for more than 10 minutes looks like they're in a bad place. He seems to be doing pretty well. He's still cognitive, he's still talking, and even though he's shivering, he says he's good to finish out. Well, Russ decides that this is unacceptable and the guy's got hypothermia, and he just ends the show. Russell is continually saying that he's fine and he can keep going, but Russ calls it off. And then, whenever you look at a lot of the other shows Russ puts on, that seems to be a common occurrence. Remember how I said that at the Tennessee location there's supposedly a second location in Alabama that you can make it to if you can survive the entire, 4 or 5 hours or half the night at the Tennessee location? Well, no one's ever made it to the Alabama location. And while Russ would have you believe that's because the show's so intense, that's because he always calls it off. Anytime someone makes it for a few hours, and again, while not doing the best, can keep going, Russ always cuts it off, stating that they're going to fall apart soon, or they've got hypothermia, or some other arbitrary excuse so the show doesn't have to keep going. It's in my opinion, as the opinion of many others, that he never intended to give out $20,000, he never intended for there to be an Alabama location, and he never intended for it to be any more than gross food, bugs, a lot of bruises, black eyes, and punching, and water torture. Which, again, very bad, but not the spectacle he makes it out to be. Megan Selling of the Nashville Scene did a very long article where she was present while a couple of people were going through the Tennessee location. And she did a fantastic job interviewing Russ as well as the participants and getting a feel of what the manor's about. And she ends the article on the note,
Good.
Here's the thing, there is no $20,000. There's no Cayman named Ralphie, there's no quicksand-like mud that will swallow you whole, and McCamey will certainly never slather your body in flame-retardant gel and lock you in an incinerator somewhere in Huntsville, Alabama. None of that is real. What McCamey has is a story. A good one, fiendish and fascinating. It's the promise of impossible adventure. It's the opportunity to break free of your personal boundaries, your mundane day-to-day, and embrace the opportunity to surprise yourself by testing your limits. And all it costs is a bag of dog food and maybe your eyebrows. No one has ever completed a full McCamey Manor tour. That's not for lack of trying, it's by design. A full stay lasts about 10 excruciating hours, McCamey says, and no one has even made it to the supposed Huntsville portion of the show. McCamey knows what will break people, and after stringing them along with some fake blood, gnarly props, and a silly afternoon of wall sits and Elton John songs, he can simply pull out what's needed to shut the show down when he's ready for it to end, which doesn't take long. McCamey says the average time spent at the Summertown McCamey Manor location is just 8 minutes. I had to ask,
Wow.
Has anyone gotten the $20,000 prize, or any money? Oh, Megan, surely you jest, McCamey says with a laugh. Of course not, and they never will, because it's so mentally and physically challenging, but it will be the most exciting thing you've ever done. Again, McCamey would have you believe it's because the manor's so terrifying, but in actuality, it's just not there. So there is no mind control, there is no alligator maze, there is no 25-foot drop. It's just a guy who knows how to use a little bit of suggestion and a lot of violence in order to make you think whatever he wants you to think. So once information like this started to come out, along with Russ's growing anger towards the supposed haters, things at the manor started to taper off. For one, even employees who were by Russ's side for a long time started to say that they were tired of him and that he's become too malicious with his actions at the manor.
I was actually an actor. I've known Russ for a couple years.
Don't do that.
And I used to be an actor, but it kind of, the manners changed. Can I please be interviewed
Shut it. Sell them out.
without you interrupting?
Sell them out.
I used to do it for the love of the haunt, for the love of scaring people, and it just got a little out of control. I think Russ is kind of unstable.
That's not true. No,
I think Russ is unstable, and I don't feel comfortable being alone with him anymore.
Blackmail us.
I think he's sadistic and he's
Sick.
off his knocker. Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah, and you keep us here and you blackmail us. So it's fucking bullshit.
You know what? That's bullshit. I'm with these guys.
That's not true. That's not true.
I used to defend him because he's such a nice. He came off as such a nice guy. But then we all have our crazy sides, and we all have our crazy sides. All as actors.
Why are they?
I'm just
why is she
a
giving
little
an
afraid,
interview?
to be honest, and especially
like,
with all the haters and
this?
death threats and bomb threats and all the legal stuff. I'm kind of worried for my life.
And while we can't be sure exactly what led to it, it seems by 2019 or 2020, Russ was running the entire show by himself. In interviews he did whenever COVID lockdown started, he explains that there weren't really any restrictions he had to follow because it was just him.
What's been different with the COVID world? Are you still operating?
Oh yeah, still operating. It's not really any difference for me because it's a single one-man show. It's just me. I don't have actors, so I don't need to worry about them.
And then whenever you watch the videos from this time period, it goes from a torture maze to like weird manual labor. Like it's just Russ telling people to carry heavy objects, and that's it. But Russ still kept up the idea that this was the great McCamey Manor with all of its terror and horror to boot. When in actuality, watching the videos, it's just sad. Not that the manor fell apart, I think that was a service for humanity, but more so watching this play out of just a guy in a field with a barrel for some reason. But the Facebook group is still going, and Russ was supposedly still taking on new attendees. Which, by the way, I feel like the waitlist was fake as well. Reason being, every account I've heard always has some story where they heard about the manor, they applied that week, and then like 2 days later, Russ would say something like, hey, the person who was doing it this weekend dropped out. Do you want to do it? Which, like, that's not how a wait list works. If there's 17,000 people in line, you don't jump to the front because someone backed out. I think that the wait list was to encourage this feeling of FOMO and get more people on board, when in actuality, Russ was just taking whoever he can. I have no proof of that. I just think it's very convenient that everyone who asked to come on board was able to do it in like a week or two. Anyway, the show continued, and the final remnants of what the show was, which we're getting to that, can be seen on the McCamey Manor website, where he goes over all of the requirements, how terrible everything will be, and essentially reliving the glory days. So as a last hurrah to see where this ended up at, let's take a look at the website. Hi, so it's daytime again. Don't worry about it, because who needs sleep when I have you all? So whenever you come to the homepage of McCameyManor.com, you're presented with this, where it says McCamey Manor presents Descent. There was a lot of phases to it, especially after the Tennessee move, that I can only kind of describe as movies. Like when you go through the new YouTube channel, you can see that how a lot of them are called McCamey Manor presents Extinction, presents And Then There Were None, presents Desolation, or at least the trailer for it. So as far as I know, Descent's just referring to a film project. At the bottom, it says, playing on Netflix, Dark Tourist Episode 8 and Haunters, The Art of the Scare. I watched Haunters, Art of the Scare. A lot of the information you see from the early days of the manor in San Diego come from that movie. And Haunters covers a lot of home haunts with a focus on McCamey Manor, which a lot of people are mad that it was included or considered a home haunt at all, you know, with good reason. And then Dark Tourist Episode 8 is like one of the last pieces of outside media from the McCamey timeline, because it's about a tourist who comes to the US and tries out a bunch of spooky stuff, and the episode ends with him going to McCamey Manor, and he's doing the tour with one other guy, and it looks like it's just McCamey hosting it.
Let me go get, I'm gonna go make some food real quick. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Went to go make a little bit of food. My mom made barbecue chicken the other night, and she asked me, like, "Hey, you want the rest of this? I'm not gonna eat it." I'm like, "Bet." I haven't eaten all day.
With maybe one or two other people helping out. And while yeah, it's still bad, it's again not the grand spectacle that the Manor's made out to be online. When you go to the contact information, this is profoundly sad. This picture here of McCamey as a kid with a Frankenstein is kind of heartbreaking, but I'll talk about that here in the end. Also, the layout of the site is cute. You've got like this neon colored weird chalkboard font, and then all of the important text is blue on a like yellow brown background with no border. But the requirements to get in, we've pretty much gone over all of them at this point. 21 and above, or 18 to 20 with parents' approval, which imagine your parents signing off on this. Now son, you may not be old enough to drink or buy a handgun, but if you want to join the military or sign up for Chinese water torture, you have my blessing. Completed sports, physical, and doctor's letters stating you are physically and mentally cleared. If your doctor signs off on this, you need a new one. Pass a background check. Be screened via Facebook, FaceTime, or phone. Proof of medical insurance. Sign a detailed 40-page waiver. And pass a portable drug test on the day of the show. To my understanding, there are some drug tests that you can test on the day of with a urine sample. But for the vast majority of drug tests, it would need to be sent off with a lab. So the day of drug test is just, again, another scare tactic. Also, speaking of the Facebook group, it seems in a lot of the haunts that happened later in the McCamey Manor life cycle, you had to do homework in order to be allowed on. And I want to restate, earlier I said the wait list was fake. And more specifically, what I mean by that is I don't think it was 17,000 people. I think during the peak time of the Manor, there was at least a few people in line, as seen from a lot of the interviews he conducted. But there was also this period of time where you had to like do these weird on-camera tasks for Facebook. Like in the Portrait of a Mole video I was talking about, the guy had to dress up in a bunny costume and go around in public and like get kisses from random people. And then he was supposed to show up to meet McCamey in that bunny suit, and then he ended up doing the tour in the bunny suit. A lot of people are told to do it in weird costumes, just side note. So I guess these were done for either McCamey and the Facebook group's amusement or to prove loyalty or something. Desolation has its own tab. As you can see on the YouTube channel, it is the last video that was uploaded, or at least the trailer for it. So again, I guess another film kind of project, a sort of greatest hits collection. Lovely. As a matter of fact, it seems like the last update for McCamey Manor was done at the end of 2019, because that's not only when the last videos were uploaded to the YouTube channel, and on the site as well, it also says Desolation's coming soon, which on YouTube was the end of 2019, but on the warning section, it's hyping up the 2020 release of McCamey Manor. New for 2020, McCamey Manor presents Descent, the next evolution in interactive survival horror theater. Understand that each tour will be different based upon your personal fears and can last up to 6 hours. Each guest will be mentally and physically challenged until you reach your personal breaking point. It even says at the bottom here, you will be tested to your very core. If things become too much, you can always quit if we let you. I like how it's still taunting you on the sign over here. Not recommended if you are pregnant, claustrophobic, have seizures, heart or respiratory conditions, or are a big wimp. It seems from some of the videos that he had workers for time to time near the end of the Manor's life cycle, but again, not as much as it used to be. Oh my word, there's a merchandise page. Is this going to give me a virus? Is that the merchandise? Computer virus? Oh, they have a Redbubble? Of course they do. Is this just his face? It is. Okay. Fellas, imagine you pull up to the event wearing this shirt. You should be arrested on principle. Most of these are just like shots of people being tortured. This is so bizarre. Because like not only is it about like an incredibly dark subject matter, but like the black text over just this color so you can barely read it. It's just like some meme dump. I don't know. This is a weird alternate reality to be in. On location hours, the last update again is for 2020, where it says they were still doing 1 show per week. Oh, there's a frequently asked questions. Perfect. The times keep changing too, because sometimes it's a 10-hour trip, sometimes it's 8. In the last few, it was saying 6. I also guess every year it wasn't just the movie that was titled it, he would also revamp the design, because here he's referring to Descent as the name of the haunt itself, like the seasonal scare within McCamey Manor. Is McCamey Manor handicap accessible? Yes. I guess you don't need to walk to get thrown down a ditch. Now that I think about it, maybe it has to be, because you may be unable to walk coming out. We do not allow foul language, pushing, vulgar behavior, weapons of any kind, smoking, drugs, alcohol, etc. We have a list of rules that must be adhered to, and a waiver form must be completed for your own safety and the safety of the other guest. Violation of these rules means you will be asked to leave. So no bad words as you're being pummeled. Photo gallery that I cannot show on YouTube. And then you have a list of a ton of the movies and YouTube movies. And then finally a message of, you really don't want to do this with a picture that I cannot show on YouTube. So as we see, the last time that the website was updated was late 2019, early 2020. So what happened to the manor after that? Who knows? Legitimately, it looks like it just kind of disappeared. From what it looks like, it seems the Facebook group is still up, but there's been no activity on the YouTube channel, no activity on the website, and according to all the people I've seen who are trying to figure out what's happening at the manor, there's been no word from McCamey since. According to people who live near the area, apparently he just stopped doing it. Some people say that perhaps COVID caused him to lose business and he couldn't afford to keep it up, because while again he didn't take money for it, there were a lot of people who would donate to him for hosting the event. But according to Russ, other than that and his retirement fund, there wasn't any other way he was making income. And I'm not gonna dox the guy or give you hints as to track him down, but some people online with some pretty decent evidence have said that it seems McCamey is now working at a business. So if he's doing that, it seems that perhaps the rumors are true and the manor's not hosting any more haunts. It would certainly explain why the website and YouTube channel are dead now. And also, while I was trying to figure out what happened to McCamey recently, I came across this interview with Jason Blum, or Bloom, whatever, the guy who runs Blumhouse, the big horror movie production company. And in an interview, he said this.
Oh, by the way, you have something new that you're working on that we were talking about before the show. Can you say what that is?
Yes, I do. It's called, I'm going to forget the name of it. I'm going to forget the name of it. It's a haunted house that a guy, this is a real haunted house, that a guy, it was an attraction, and you had to fill out all this paperwork to do it, and it was like X-rated times 10, and it turned out the guy was actually kind of actually torturing people and has been arrested for it. Yeah, and it's,
This is a real story.
This is a real story. Rise and Fall of McCamey Manor.
And you're doing
we have no rights to do this. So the lawyer said, don't announce it. I said, I don't care. I am announcing it because we're going to get the rights. And I love it.
I have found absolutely no evidence of this. I searched through state records and arrest records, and while those aren't always foolproof, at least on the civilian side of things, I couldn't find anything. And again, the evidence that is present online points to a different explanation. But whenever I heard that, I was awestruck, like, what? You're telling me this guy went to jail and I have to hear about it from the dude who's making a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. But it seems that the McCamey Manor shut down not with a big bang or a grand show, but instead just a whimper. And as to why, we can only speculate as to a lack of interest, or legal pressure or what have you. But thinking about this entire story from the beginning to the end, doesn't it just feel kind of bitter? Like, from McKamey's perspective, there's like this vitriolic nature to the whole thing. Like, think about it. This guy started out running a home haunt with his dad. Again, something that I think is very cool and admirable. And then naturally, he wanted to go up in budget and make it scarier, which again, I think we can all get behind. But at some point, and I'm not sure where, but at some point, the reason changed. It went from setting up cool scares and making sure families have fun to bragging about the physical and psychological damage that he causes in these makeshift contraptions. And then filming the whole thing and plastering these disturbed faces on a t-shirt like it's a trophy. And yeah, while there's nothing wrong with scaring people, I would argue there's something wrong with, waterboarding someone in the back of a van. Call me crazy or whatever. I can just imagine, like, whenever he started it out and hearing people say, oh, it could be scarier, to the point where he's like, all right, so how about I take you to my house, I beat you senseless for 3 hours, you can't get out of it, and then I'll go, is that scary enough for you? It just feels like a lot of anger and a lot of hate. Even aside from the violence that's clearly demonstrated of it, just the whole layout of it. Like, think about it. This started out as a Halloween haunt, and by the end, it has absolutely nothing to do with Halloween. Instead of an October attraction, it became this year-round event where instead of people being scared or getting spooked and then staying up at night because they're so freaked out, it became this like fabricated endurance test. And that's why I said whenever you go on the website and see the picture of a young McKamey, it just makes me kind of sad. Like, you see that young boy who would grow up to become a theater kid, and then someone who just got pushed too far to where they eventually lost the plot. A lot of people say that Russ is just evil and he gets off on it and he's a psychopath, which for one, that's not what psychopath means. Sadistic is the word you're looking for. And from watching all this stuff, I don't think it's a fetish thing. Maybe a little bit, but he's clearly more of a showman than someone who is enjoying themselves a little too much. Personally, I think it's a control thing more than anything. Like making people do these weird stunts for the Facebook group and wearing dumb costumes. Or having workers who swear like a sailor, but then telling someone that they're not allowed to swear whenever they get there. And a lot of the behavior and mannerisms he does during the haunts are to establish himself as the boss and place him in control. Maybe he was angry from the get-go that people didn't think that he was as scary or could live up to the expectations they had for him. So maybe McKamey just decided to jerk.
Oh, hold on.
When forensic health professionals evaluate stalking, 4 essential items are taken into consideration: the nature of the relationship between the stalker and the victim, the stalker's motivations, the psychological, psychopathological, and social realities of the stalker, and the psychological and social vulnerabilities of the victim. The subject of this episode is 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel, and to gain a deeper understanding of the foregoing components, we have to extract certain elements through the knowledge of hindsight. The evolution of technology over the past 2 decades has made forensic investigations considerably more efficient. 2 of the items on this list can now be examined through a single component, which would otherwise take forensics weeks or even months to conduct in a previous era. And that component is the internet, or more specifically,
Reason I pulled this one up, the video to watch, this guy has the most creepy fucking interrogation ever. I'm not talking creepy as in like, I'm not saying it as like, oh, he says a lot of crazy shit. No, I mean it's creepy as in the sense that he does not move at all the entire interview. The entire interview, he just moves his head. He does not move his body a single time during the entire fucking interview. It is so eerie.
internet search history, The disclosure of web browser data is often a crucial piece of evidence for building a case, as it can unveil many aspects of a suspect's personality that would otherwise be kept hidden. And this is sometimes far more effective than anything else presented in court, including information extracted during a full confession. Without going into specific detail, a large majority of the subject's time was spent watching porn that surrounded the theme of violence and torture. He would also conduct back-to-back searches of how to commit sexual assault, and would type in several variations of the phrase, "how to molest sleeping girl." To forensics, this is an overt sign of desensitization to sexual activity. Excessive exposure to online...
My thing is, though, like, legitimately, what the fuck do they mean by abusive content? Are they talking about where, like, it's a reenactment video, or it's a guy video where it's like, blank person is sleeping and I go and fuck them while they're sleeping, they don't know it? Or is it just like talking about BDSM? I don't think BDSM would generally make someone do that type of shit, but...
Online pornography can have this effect over time. It can build up a tolerance to the traditional idea of sex, therefore the subject may continue a more potent form of stimuli to get the same rush. For Stephen McDaniel, this began with watching abstract material on the internet and eventually led him to planning and then carrying out what he saw on screen. His target was 24-year-old Lauren Giddings, his next-door neighbor of 3 years. And this takes us to item 4 of the forensic checklist. With respect to social vulnerabilities, the victim essentially had none. Lauren was outgoing and extremely popular. She was a well-liked member of her community and had a strong social support system. With relation to psychological vulnerabilities, the term perceptual naivety would potentially come to light during a forensic investigation. Stephen had asked her out on a date within 6 months of their acquaintance, which was reportedly only the second time they had ever spoke. Lauren declined, but stated she would like to remain friends, which was only her being courteous and trying to soften the blow of rejection. She would later tell her actual friends that Stephen made her feel extremely uneasy.
Literally, even though I know it's easier said than done, like, for a dude you find weird like that, just literally, I feel like women should just be like, no! Like, yell. Be like, no, this dude's weird. Fuck him.
And was uncomfortable to be around. It may have seemed like a non-essential observation at the time, but in hindsight, it appears that her instinctive senses were trying to tell her something. Lauren had told her friends multiple times that she felt someone had been inside her apartment, and she also started getting an eerie vibe when she came back alone, especially late at night. It was as though she could sense something wasn't right, and she even thought about moving multiple times, but unfortunately never went through with it. The reality was that Stephen McDaniel had stolen a master's key from a security guard and let himself into her apartment and looked around on several occasions. He also started filming her when she would leave and return to her apartment during all hours of the day. Had Lauren been in this situation before, or even knew anyone that had, she may have trusted her intuition and unknowingly saved herself from a tragic fate. But that's the key word: trust. She had no proof of the danger she was in, only conviction, which unfortunately wasn't strong enough when it was most needed.
What the fuck?
Stephen McDaniel snuck into Lauren's apartment once more, only this time she was sleeping inside. As he crept into her bedroom, she awoke and immediately panicked once she saw the intruder. McDaniel then pounced on top of her and proceeded to strangle her for roughly 15 minutes. Lauren put up a courageous fight and clawed at her attacker's face and chest, but she was eventually overpowered and died of asphyxiation. After the murder, Stephen dismembered Lauren's body in the bathtub with a hacksaw. He cut his victim into 5 pieces, placed each piece in a trash bag, and then disposed of each of them in separate trash cans around campus. 3 days later, Lauren's concerned friends would arrive at her apartment and let themselves in with a spare key. McDaniel would notice from his window and invited himself inside as he offered to help. All of her belongings were still inside, including her cell phone, driver's license, and passport. A missing persons report was filed that night. A search party commenced the next morning, and police would discover the victim's torso at 9:40 a.m. It was placed in a trash can next to the apartment complex. The rest of the victim's remains were never recovered. The investigation was then switched from a missing person to murder. Police canvassed the surrounding area and began conducting interviews with neighbors and classmates, one of whom was Stephen McDaniel. But he was first interviewed by the local news, and at the time was unaware that part of the victim's remains had been discovered.
We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see her?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of, I think that's where they had recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body?
Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. That's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
This is most likely a genuine reaction disguised as another. He is most likely feeling a sense of fear and shock over the fact a substantial piece of evidence has been discovered, yet he plays it off as a feeling of sorrow over the loss of his supposed friend.
I don't know anyone that would want to hurt her. She was as nice a person as...
Boy.
There is.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah, she was going to be moving out today. Why would anyone do this? Maybe I could have helped. I mean, they went in, we looked around the place, no sign of a struggle, no sign that anyone had broken in, just nothing.
He was interviewed by police at 11:50 a.m. and offered to help in any way he could, yet came across as fidgety and apprehensive the entire time. There were two highlighted moments of the interview. The first was when Stephen asserted that he was a virgin, saving himself for marriage. The second was when the detective discovered scratch marks on his face and stomach, which he asserted were done by himself in his sleep. He at that point unknowingly became the prime suspect and was asked if police could search his apartment. Stephen reluctantly accepted and was then transported back to the complex with 4 other investigators. While searching his apartment, they discovered a collection of swords, guns, toilet rolls, stockpiled provisions as if he was expecting an apocalyptic event, and a mask made out of women's underwear.
Bro was freak-a-leak. Fuck.
The most significant discovery, however, was a pack of condoms. Stephen was asked why he would have such an item in his possession if he was staying celibate before marriage, at which point he miraculously confessed to stealing them from another apartment. This gave the detectives probable cause for arrest, and Stephen was placed in handcuffs and brought back to the police station. His interrogation began just after 11 p.m.
Oh yeah, I mean, hold on. Oh. Second. Okay, I am. Wait, here. Alright, man. Creepy as fuck.
Alright, brother. Alright, brother. Alright. I just gotta ask you a few more questions. Okay. You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, alright. You don't have any weapons on you, do you? No. That's just you are. What's wrong? You know I'm Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? Put your hands up here. You remember us talking earlier tonight? Right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left? Yes. Okay.
The monotone dialogue and lifeless demeanor you see here reportedly started on the drive back to the police station, and the suspect's conduct.
LA. On February the 19th, 1994, at 8:15 p.m., a 31-year-old woman named Gloria Ramirez was admitted to the Riverside General Hospital in Riverside, California. Within the hour, her mysterious condition would leave 23 people injured, 5 hospitalized, and herself dead, with no solid explanation to this day. However, it seems that now, through a series of terrifying coincidences and a whole lot of science, we may have an answer to what happened that night in Riverside, California. Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the mysterious death of Gloria Ramirez, also known as the Toxic Lady. Every aspect of this case, from the events of that night to the investigation that followed, is bizarre. If you're like me, then you've probably heard this story passed around on either old creepy YouTube videos or mystery internet forums. And while a lot of people have kind of chalked the case up to a supernatural occurrence or just one unexplainable phenomena that will probably never happen again, the true answer is much more terrifying and depressing. And if I had to suffer through it, then you have to suffer through it with me. So stick around as we talk about the death of the Toxic Lady, Gloria Ramirez. And you're not going to have fun with it. I'm going to have fun with it because I get to talk about it, but you're not going to enjoy it. So get ready to watch me enjoy this. But before we talk about that, we need to talk about something that is get a free link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. As mentioned, Gloria Ramirez was 31 years old, and 6 weeks prior to the events of February the 19th, she had been diagnosed with cervical cancer. Her prognosis wasn't good, as the cancer was already late stage by the time they discovered it. So 6 weeks later, Gloria calls an ambulance as she's suffering from shortness of breath and heart palpitations. So the ambulance shows up, puts an oxygen mask on her, and the paramedics rush her to the Riverside General Hospital. She arrives to the hospital at 8:15 and seems to be confused as she's unable to answer questions. While she's in this state of delirium, the doctors begin to sedate her in order to get her heart rate under control. And after this doesn't correct her heart rate, they decide to use a defibrillator. Whenever they open up her shirt to apply the chest paddles, they see that her skin is coated in a sort of glossy oil. The people in the emergency room take note of this and mention that it looks too thick to be sweat. However, they just assume that she's coated in some kind of lotion or oil, so they use the chest paddles anyway. The second strange occurrence comes when one of the nurses points out that Ramirez has a very strong garlic smell coming from her mouth. And according to everyone in the room, this is beyond Gloria just ate some garlic before she came to the ER. This is an overwhelming stench that everyone begins to notice. However, Gloria is actively dying on the table and they don't have a lot of time to ask questions, so they just keep pushing forward. A nurse named Susan Kane draws blood from Gloria's arm. However, as she draws the blood, she noticed that there's a strong ammonia stench coming from the syringe. While inspecting the syringe, Susan passes it off to a medical resident named Julie Gorczynski. While inspecting the vial of blood, Julie notices that there seems to be these floating manila-colored crystals in the serum of blood itself. While the two of them were standing there discussing how Ramirez could have crystals in her blood, suddenly, Susan passes out. The attending physician in the emergency room, Dr. Ochoa, catches Susan as she's falling. He shakes her awake, and whenever she comes to, Susan says that it feels like her face is burning. Julie, the other person who handled the blood vial, says that she's feeling nauseous as well. She goes out into the hallway, sits down at a nurse's station, and whenever a nurse walks up to her and says, "Are you okay?" right before Julie can respond, she passes out as well. At the same time, the respiratory therapist Maureen Welch, who's in the emergency room delivering oxygen to Ramirez, passes out as well. So 3 people who were in the ER have fallen unconscious, and everyone else in the room is starting to feel ill. So naturally, the immediate thing they suspect is a gas leak. So they evacuate the entire emergency wing of the hospital. All of the patients are carried out on gurneys and stretchers and just wait in the parking lot. While that's happening, Dr. Ochoa and a few other workers stay in the room with Ramirez, trying to save her life. However,
You wanna know a funny thing, Jafet? You know I didn't go offline earlier. You know that, right? My PC just fucking turned off. Why does it show as a dangerous file? Because of code. Literally on the website or on the whatever for on the GitHub, or no. But before I say that, before I forget, before I was streaming earlier for like an hour. I don't know if you left or not around that time, but I didn't actually turn my stream off. I thought I was streaming for 2 more hours after my stream went off. That I didn't know. I didn't realize that. I just thought nobody was talking. I'm like, okay, cool. Never mind then. Turns out everybody was like, of course nobody was talking. I wasn't streaming. But no, basically on the GitHub, so there are certain programs and shit like that to where there are some strings of code in it that you're good. Well, nobody let me know at all that I just fucking my stream turned off. So I was just talking to myself for 2 fucking hours. Which I didn't mind. I had a good conversation myself. I'm my own biggest hype man. But no, I think the reason why, it's the same reason a lot of Skyblock mods that don't have anything wrong with them do that too. It's just the fact that some of the code in there triggers a false positive. Basically, like sometimes it'll like your virus scanner will scan it and it'll show up that it is a virus when in actuality it isn't. It's just a false positive. And that's what happened with that. Because what happened is the 1.71 update, not everybody has this issue, so everybody keeps thinking they're about to get hacked. But on the 1.7 or the 3.7.1 version of it, for some reason, a lot of people, including me, it said whenever I tried to launch the game, it would just say in login information or something, basically saying it's bad. I was just like, oh, okay, cool. And then after that, I couldn't use it for like 16 hours, and then when the new update came out for it, I immediately downloaded it and it worked. Now, a lot of people don't even realize when they first downloaded and tried to use the application, their computer absolutely didn't let them download it because of the same thing. You might not remember it because it was a bit ago, but I guarantee whenever you first got your, whenever you first downloaded that program, it said the same type of shit. And didn't let you download it because it was like a dangerous file. When in reality, no it isn't. And just to be real, even if it is something bad, right? They aren't targeting you. I can just say that right now. The reason I know that is because not only people on PetSim use this, every other game on Roblox people use it. And there are probably other people in this game that have like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Roblox items they'd want to take. You gotta yeah, you see what I mean? It's just the same thing probably happened when you first downloaded it too, didn't it? I don't know if you can remember from then. I don't know when you download it, but it probably did the same thing when you first tried to download it before, right? I would at least presume. And it's the same thing as like trying to like use the auto hotkey script. Or like download one, it says it's a dangerous file. It's like, it's not. Like I said, the issue is a lot of the kids that use Roblox account manager, they didn't have that issue with failed authentication yesterday, or the day before they released the update to try to fix it. So they don't understand why there's an update, and they just think because of the update that now, for some reason, somebody wants their shit account. And it doesn't help, there are actual retards in those comment sections. Yeah, it's gonna say that. It doesn't mean it is. Lots of things do that, and lots of things say that all the time. I can tell you, doing a lot of downloading, especially with like different types of software, like even related to cheating stuff, in regards to like shit like that, you're gonna get a lot of those. I can just tell you that right now. Where it's like, oh, it's a virus, and it's like, it's not. You just gotta go in your Windows real-time protection and turn that off for a second, and then you can use it. Don't get it. I've explained it. I've literally explained the entire reason and why it's doing that. You don't get it.
Nothing seems to be working, and at 8:50, Gloria Ramirez is pronounced dead, only 35 minutes after she arrived at the hospital.
Oh, you go to Windows Security, and then whatever Windows you're using. Yeah, go to Windows. I think, or you just type it up top. Security. Windows Security settings. Virus and threat protection. To be a thing, manage settings for virus and threat protections, and then it says real-time protection, turn that bitch off. I used to have it to where it was, I need to figure out how to do it again, but I had an option to where, I never used, like it would never show up ever. Because for the most part, I'm not dealing with, shit like that where it's gonna be bad like that. It's just,
At this point, the people in the emergency room thought that whatever was happening, it was coming from Gloria. So a couple of workers moved her to a quarantine room just to be safe. Right after Gloria's body was moved into quarantine, one of the workers who had moved Gloria, a woman named Sally Belderis, began vomiting and said that it felt like her skin was burning. To make sure that the hospital was safe, a team of people in full hazmat suits investigated.
did that help you?
The emergency wing. They found that there was no gas, chemical, or biological leak in the hospital. So whatever was happening must have been coming from Gloria. To contain whatever this was, Gloria's body was placed in a sealed aluminum casket. After this, the emergency rooms were able to be used again. However, 23 people reported feeling nauseous or ill, and 5 hospital workers were hospitalized. Among those were Susan Kane, who spent 10 days in the hospital, and Julie Gorginski, who spent 2 weeks.
And you turned it off and it ain't work. Hold on. We'll do this real quick. Or actually, Hold on. Answer on Discord. Okay, never mind. Good. Oh, yeah. You're gonna have to re-go through all the settings again, though. That's the biggest issue. Like, that's the annoying part, per se, that you have to redo all the settings and everything, but...
in the hospital. So immediately the question became, what happened to Gloria Ramirez? And it became a national mystery, as you can imagine, as to what caused this bizarre spontaneous sickness. Well, after 1 week, an autopsy was conducted. The reason they waited a week was so that if she had some kind of biological agent or supervirus inside of her, that it had enough time that it wouldn't be re-released whenever they actually performed the autopsy. They performed the autopsy in full hazmat gear as well, just to be double safe. And the craziest thing that they found in the autopsy is that she was completely clean. Or at least she was clean from any chemical or radioactive elements that would have caused...
Yeah, like I said, it's just more so a thing of, like... The issue is, like, a lot of people don't know about, like, a lot of these type of programs, where it's, like, it's obviously gonna flag because it's not a known, like, a regular program. It's obviously good to be, like suspicious, but just seeing all the retarded Reddit kids. Because the issue is, with people talking about it on Reddit, there's, like, a couple of people that are like, hey, we had friends go through this and scan it, and, like, look through it, and it looks pretty... It just looks like a false flag. Then you have retarded kids in the comments that actually got hacked by something else. Like, these retarded kids got hacked from another thing they actually got hacked from, and they're in the comments like, yeah, it hacked me. Like, no, it's because you download the free Robux. One on the free Robux link. Next, your YouTube account's going to be posting about RuneScape, like mine did. Lol.
What happened in that emergency room.
But yeah, this update's cheeks. Like I said, I definitely don't mind, because that means I get to do Stairways to Heaven, at least hardcore, for the next, whatever, like, week or so.
The only things they found in her system were Tylenol, lidocaine, codeine, and Tigan.
Codeine? Bitch thinks she future.
Tigan is an anti-nausea medication.
Also, if you don't know what this video is, to bring you up to date, a woman was sick, was rushed to the hospital. They put an IV in her arm to extract blood, and when they did that, she caused whatever happened with her, like, whatever being open. She caused 20 people to be ill and 5 people to be hospitalized, and then she died.
Medication. These are all things that would be standard for a suffering cancer patient to have in their body. Also, that medication of Tigan is important because Tigan breaks down into amines in the bloodstream, which would explain the smell of ammonia on the blood vial. It doesn't explain the little crystals floating in the blood, but we'll get to that. In this initial autopsy, they were
Alright. And whenever.
Mainly looking for a cause of death, and it was determined that Gloria died due to heart complications that arose due to kidney failure. It seemed that the cancer, as well as the medication she was on, caused her to get kidney failure, and she was also going through the early stages of liver failure. These things caused a backup of toxicants in her system, which eventually led to heart problems and her eventual death. However, kidney failure doesn't explain why 23 people who were in the building also got sick. So they reseal her body, and then 5 weeks later, they perform another autopsy where this time they collect samples. Also in tandem with this, the Department of Health does an investigation at the hospital. And once again, they can't find anything that they're testing for, so the Department of Health determines that Gloria again died of kidney failure, and everything else that happened in the hospital was mass psychogenic illness. Or in other words, mass hysteria. The reasoning for this, again, they couldn't find any direct kind of agent in Gloria's system that would have caused all of this. And also, they interviewed 34 people around the hospital to try to get all the information they could about that night. And it seems the people who were the most ill were women and people who didn't eat anything for dinner that day. So people who had skipped a meal. So the idea being that, oh, well, since it just seems people were a little bit hungry, I guess they got a little bit nauseous or whatever, and the people who got really ill were women. So, you know, women be crazy, I guess. And you may hear that and think the investigators were a couple of guys who were downplaying what these women said they experienced, but both of the investigators were women as well, so make of that what you will. Because while several of the men, like Dr. Ochoa, who was in the room the whole time, said that they felt ill, the only ones that passed out and had severe reactions, like feeling like their skin were burning, were female workers. So the Department of Health said everyone in this hospital is crazy and left it at that. The people at the hospital, as you could imagine, were not happy with this conclusion. One of the people who strongly disagreed with this conclusion was Julie Korchinski. If you'll remember, she was the second person to pass out on the night Gloria died. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital and developed hepatitis and avascular necrosis in her knees. So the hospital asked other people to take a look at the data, and eventually they reached out to...
Well, I mean, for the most part, you don't even really need it unless you actually trying to download some freaky shit. Like, for the most part, as long as you aren't dumb, you aren't going around and actually downloading shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's annoying, but I would say generally, for the most part, I don't think most people are actually,
to the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. At Lawrence Livermore, they took the samples that were taken from Gloria's second autopsy, and instead of just running it through to see if they could find any toxicants, they decided to just run it for everything and see what was in her blood and tissues. The only thing they found, aside from some traces of other pain relief medication, was a chemical known as dimethylsulfone. Now, dimethylsulfone, or DMSO2, is a naturally occurring chemical that can be found in trace amounts throughout the body. If you eat a lot of plants or eggs or something that contains sulfur, it is a trace element that is made as a byproduct of your body's digestion process. However, dimethylsulfone is, for one, very, very sparse in the body to the degree that most people would never even test for it, and in the body, it naturally decomposes after about 3 days. And two, dimethylsulfone is harmless in any reasonable concentration. As a matter of fact, methylsulfone, which is also known as methylsulfonylmethane, or MSM, is a popular alternative medicine. So trace amounts in the blood wouldn't be enough to kill you. However, what was strange about this amount of methylsulfone in Gloria's system is that it was not a trace amount. From the samples that were taken 6 weeks after Gloria's death, she had 3 times the normal amount of methylsulfone in her system. And while that may not sound like a lot, remember, methylsulfone degrades after about 3 days. So if this was after 6 weeks, then at the time of death, she would have had dozens, if not 100 times the normal amount in her system. So Pat Grant, a scientist who was researching this case, decided to do some more digging. And he discovered a link to something known as dimethyl sulfoxide, or DMSO. Now, dimethyl sulfoxide and dimethyl sulfone are very similar to each other. They're just one oxygen atom apart. And DMSO has a whole history when it comes to medical treatments. Back in the 50s and 60s, DMSO was thought to be a sort of cure-all. People would take it as a pain reliever for sprains or breaks. They would take it for headaches. They would apply it in a sort of ointment if they had any kind of swelling or cramps. However, in 1965, doctors found that prolonged use of DMSO can cause damage to the lens of your eye. So the FDA began to blacklist it as a direct medication. Now, DMSO is still used in a lot of medication today. It is a much diluted form from what it was back in the 60s, but it's used as a sort of applicator in a lot of topical ointments that you use for like muscle pain or cramps. And you can even get straight up DMSO cream that is, again, diluted from what it was in the 60s, that is used as an alternative medicine for things like muscle pain. It's also used in veterinary medicine to treat horses with some kind of inflammation or swelling. So DMSO was kind of kept as a niche concept in medicine, at least when used by itself, up until the 1980s, when some scientists began to propose that DMSO could be a form of cancer treatment. As a matter of fact, 60 Minutes even ran an episode about it. So you have this chemical, dimethyl sulfoxone, that a lot of people believe might be a kind of cure-all or treatment for cancer that is used in some part in, standard pharmaceuticals when it comes to like topical creams and stuff like that. But that wasn't enough for some people. So there is another way to get DMSO. DMSO, whenever it is highly, highly concentrated, is a very powerful degreaser. You can buy it in a gel form at hardware stores, and it gets used as everything from oven.
Saying those 4 letters fast sounds like a Spanish word. DMCO. DMSO.
Cleaner to paint remover. It is way more concentrated than even the pills that people were taking back in the 60s of DMSO, much less the way it's used in medicine today. But it was this little trick of the trade back in the 80s that if you were like a college athlete and you got sore muscles a lot, you could go to the hardware store, get some DMSO gel, rub it on the muscle, and then the next day,
DMS. Oh, it does sound like silencio. I hope is what that is, and I'm not racist again. I hate the racism allegation. Also, I should just say I'm not doing that as of right now. I will continue keeping my fruit until I get to fruit 99 on all 3 of my alts. So after that, sure. But right now, nah. Like, it's good, but it ain't that good to me, personally.
pain would be gone. I cannot properly state the amount of chemicals you're shoving into your body when you are doing that. And for the sake of this YouTube video, let me be clear, do not rub oven cleaner on your body. So Pat Grant's researching all of this, and he finds that with the DMSO gel, it has the strong smell of garlic, which, if you'll remember, is the same thing the people in the emergency room reported came out of the mouth of Gloria Ramirez. And that in its gel form, it looks like a bright, oily lotion, which, if you'll remember, is the same thing they saw on Gloria's chest whenever they went to give her the defib. So it seems that Gloria maybe wanted to try DMSO as a home remedy for cancer, which again, a lot of people at the time believed that it might be, and that would explain the oil on her body and the smell coming from her mouth. However, it wasn't dimethyl sulfoxide that was found in her body, it was dimethyl sulfone. So that would mean the DMSO in her body needed to be spiked with a lot of oxygen to become dimethyl sulfone. So Pat Grant thought about this and remembered the detail that she was given an oxygen mask on the way to and while she was in the hospital. And it's not hard for dimethyl sulfoxide to become sulfone if introduced to an area with a lot of concentrated oxygen, like an oxygen mask. And the other interesting detail about DMSO2 is that at room temperature, it forms into small crystals. So Grant did an experiment. He took a blood sample, mixed it with DMSO2, and sure enough, small manila crystals began to form in the serum, meaning that could be the explanation to the...
See, she wouldn't have even gone through all that trouble in her life and everything if she just went to, well, actually no, I think her name was Gloria. I think it was, what, Gloria? Yeah, Gloria Ramirez, never mind. She should have known. She's a Hispanic woman, she should have knew what to do. You don't think I know about what y'all do, Jafet, but I know. See, what I know is, yo mamas love trying to fix anything with Vapor Rub.
Crystals that Julie saw in the blood that night. Because while it was in Gloria's body, it was too hot to form these solid crystals, but as soon as it was removed and brought into the temperature of the emergency room, it cooled down and began to form the solid shards. Now, there's one big hiccup in all of this. Like, sure, we've got to the point that DMSO could have been what she put on, and that was converted into DMSO2, which would explain the smell of garlic, the oil on her body.
Am I wrong, though? You ain't denied. See, that's why when I make these type of jokes, it's out of a place of love, because I don't think a racist person would know shit like that.
And the crystals in the blood. And remember, the smell of the blood was explained with the nausea medication that we already established she was on. So it seems that all of that's taken care of. However, neither...
I had this Mexican chick I was friends with, and the reason I know that is I had a fucking cold. And she told me, just put some Vapor Rub under your nose. Like, that sounds stupid, but okay. And I did it, and it worked. Yeah, but she's used it on you. I don't think my mother has ever used Vapor Rub on me. What is Vapor Rub even for? Use relief 6 cold symptoms.
Dimethyl sulfoxide or dimethyl sulfone is toxic, and especially not toxic enough that it could get into the air and make a bunch of people sick. So Grant continued to do research.
And also, Jafet, another thing as well, even though you might be a little bit shorter than, maybe like me, it's gonna be easier for you to pull Hispanic chicks. It's gonna be way easier than me. Yeah, like, I got stabbed. Just put some Vapor Rub on it. Now it's gonna be easier for you. Or, no, let me rephrase that. It's gonna be easier for you to pull a girl than it would be for a short white man to pull a girl. That's what I was trying to say. Because the thing is, I don't think you realized that the last place I worked last year, half of the workforce, I'm not kidding, were Mexican people. Like, they literally, there was a program where they would, it was like a, what the fuck is it called? It was a place of employment, a temp agency that was strictly for people that are Spanish speaking mainly, and over half the crew there were either like some sort of Hispanic. Dog, and one thing about y'all is that even though y'all are compact and y'all are buff. Like, y'all are compact and buff. Short white dudes just look stupid. I'm gonna be real. I can't lie. They look retarded. But like I said, even at the end of the day, it don't matter. Like, if you... Here's the issue. Here's the issue with a lot of people. They're worried about shit like that. The shit, even if you care about your height, the only people that should be concerned about that are people that don't want to be in a relationship and only want to fuck. Right? Those are the people that should be worried about that. Like, the people that go to clubs trying to pick up women, yeah, that's going to be an issue. Same thing with dudes with, like, small dicks. Even though, thankfully, I don't ever have to worry about that. Like, it's not the end of the world if you just short down there. Like, there are plenty of women that don't care that much. Like, legitimately. It's only an issue if you want to be, like, a player. Or, like, somebody that wants to be a playboy. Because I'm gonna be real, I used to hang out with a lot of partying women, and let me tell you, you thought, like, not you specifically, but I'm speaking as, like, speaking about, like, somebody they slept with. The thing is, you might have thought you killed it, but I'm gonna be real, them bitches are coming back, hanging out with me and my friends, and they talking shit about you the entire time. Like I said, that's only the biggest issue, because people are worried about, like, how tall they are, how fat they are. Genuinely, if you are somebody that isn't even very judgmental yourself, it shouldn't matter. But the minute you're, like, very judgmental and picky on who you want to be with, that's where the big issue, I think, comes in, is because, like, how are you gonna, you know, how are you gonna be picky when you're a sloppy, fat piece of shit? Like, that's with me right now, currently. I'm like, whenever I was younger, and for the most part, yeah, I prefer being with skinnier people. But in my head, I'm always like, well, that ain't gonna work if I'm fat, which, quite the contrary, it is possible. But that's why one of the reasons I wanted to lose weight anyways, because I'm like, I'm kind of hypocritical. Yeah, like, the thing is, women are gonna be picky. Who cares? There's so many fucking women out there. A lot of people think just because they can't pull someone in their city, that's the end of the world. Even though I know people don't really fuck with it, that's why I advocate for online dating. Yeah, you could be dating someone in your city that you don't fuck with at all, or you could be trying to get with someone that lives, like, I'm not even saying overseas, like, in fucking whatever, like, Britain or whatever. I'm not talking like that. I'm talking about, like, across states. Like, if you really care, just, like, date someone from that type of area. Like, it's so fucking easy. I've dated a couple people, or at least was actively talking with them online during that, like, 2.5 year period when I was doing that type of shit. And like I said, I enjoy it. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of women do go through that. That's why I'm very protective of women in general. Like I said, I used to play with a group of women that all 5 of us played League. Like, we had our own League team. And I played with them for like 4 to 5 years. And just in that time, just understanding or even like seeing the amount of fucking losers there are out there, in regards to that type of shit, is insane. Like I said, I'm glad I'm not a woman, or I'm glad I'm not trying to date. And even though I'm not even like a decade older than you, I'm glad I'm not having to date people from your scene or like your age. Which is why it's crazy to me why anybody wants to be with like high schoolers and shit anyway. I don't want to date these new people. They all fucking stupid. There's also another thing I've realized is like, the thing is, I don't like say like it's fucking Ruth or whatever either. She was a Valorant girl? Oh yeah. That type of shit happened a lot on League too. The reason that they made by the same company. I'm glad I never got groomed, because I absolutely probably would have fell for it, because I'm autistic. I would have just been like, oh, somebody's nice, bet. Like, yeah, they being nice for a reason. It's sad though, like, I just don't understand why the fuck someone would. I don't know. It's just weird to me. I know it's like a lot of things that's like psychological, but I don't understand why. Like I said, I'm 25. The minimum age of someone that I would want to date. Like I said, things in life can happen. Like I said, like, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't date someone a certain age or whatever, but it's really just a fact of like, you know, like, I don't know how situations are gonna go. I'm not. My thing is like, would I probably date someone like 18, 19, 20? Who knows? I don't know the future. I just know I'm not gonna actively seek out personally trying to date someone that young. You know what I mean? I just don't care for that. Wait, what do you mean you got it pinned in our messages? Oh, don't have anything. Like I said, I'll date anybody that shows interest and are a functional individual. But I'm actively not gonna fucking seek out somebody that's younger. If it so happens that I end up dating somebody that's younger, cool. Like, I don't really care. Obviously, I'm not gonna be fucking 30 years old dating an 18-year-old. And it's even weird at 25.
And he found that on the same tree of sulfoxide and sulfone, there is another chemical known as dimethyl sulfate, or DMSO4. Dimethyl sulfate is a nerve gas, or more specifically, it was tested in the 70s and 80s as
Like, some of the people, like, some of the girls I knew in high school, the thing is, at the time, we didn't think they were getting groomed because it was like, yo, it's awesome. Because, like, we were in, like, 8th grade, and there's this girl that would get picked up by her boyfriend in his car every day from school. And I'm like, yo, that's fucking dope that you get the, like, we're 13. I'm like, yo, that's dope. You get to get driven home. That's dope. And now realizing it, I'm like, wait, who the fuck was this grown man picking up a fucking 14-year or 13-year-old to take them home, allegedly? I remember my year of high school when I finished. We had a teacher. I think it was the music. It was the choir teacher, possibly. I don't remember specifically, but I remember she got fired for inappropriate acts with a student. And might be a hot take what I'm about to say, so give me a second. Need to find something anyway. Fuck is my gun knife? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. You're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. I have a knife. What is it? I have a knife that my dad bought me a while back. It's like one of those gimmick knives, I guess. And it's like a small, like, metal gun. It's like 4 inches. Then you can flip it out and it's a knife. I'm trying to find it because it's like the best fucking knife I. Servers are so packed. Give me a second. Ow. No memento, poor favor. Fuck is that dumb bitch. I don't know if this is gonna work at the moment, but there you go. For reference, that is not my server. But that's my old clan's private server. I gave it to Leah like a week or two ago. So, figured, hey, you might want it too. Anyway, what were we saying?
As an agent for nerve gas. As a matter of fact, dimethyl sulfate dates all the way back to World War I, when both France and Germany tested it for use in chemical warfare.
No
As a
problem.
matter of fact, in 1987...
Now, I will say, I assume you're in the brand new world, right? You're in the void? Well, I know that. I think I already finished what I was saying, basically that, like, it's weird as fuck, and if I would have known better, I would have tried to help, but obviously I was 13. Like I said, I was 13. You know what I was doing at 13? I was wearing Sperry's with no socks to school the entire year. I don't think fucking knowing if a girl is getting groomed or not was even in my state of mind. Matter of fact, I probably would have said some stupid shit like, damn, she's lucky. I wish I could get some action. Just because, like, dumbass kids. Literally. But no, it is. Like a. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. I know what I was saying. So basically, uh, my senior year of high school, like, fuck. Shut up. I accidentally clicked X on one of my RDPs. Now I gotta relaunch it. Heck. But what I was saying basically is that the fact that he got arrested and like fired for having sexual misconduct with a like student. And I'm not saying what she did was wrong. She absolutely abused her position of power. But she was 24 and the person was a senior. They were 18. Obviously, they're a fucking piece of shit for doing it because, like, they don't have a position of power. Like, it's a teacher. Like, even if we do that age-old thing where we're like, I bet the kid enjoyed it. You know? Still doesn't fucking, you know, make up for it, really. I mean, more so, I would say it's like, do I think she's a disgusting fucking person for doing it? I think she's disgusting absolutely for... First off, I mean, asking off rip, yeah, I think it's disgusting. I think generally, like, a 24-year-old trying to, like, purposely get with a fucking, you know, younger person is weird. Like I said, if you're purposely trying to get with people way younger than you, that's when I think you're a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, once you try to actually start like messing around with someone and they're younger, that's when I'm like, yeah, you, like I said, if you, I feel like it's different when it naturally happens. And the only way I could genuinely see it naturally happening is if they meet online. But even then I would question the fucking like story, to be honest. I also did not mean to do that. Wait, no. Before. Wait, no. Okay, double fucking. Double whatever. Okay, it's awesome. Hold on. There we go. Like at that point, would I say the kid is groomed? Like the kid got groomed? Legally, yeah, I would say. Absolutely. Legally and morally, yes, he did. Because, like I said, why are you as a teacher? Like, even if it is legal, in the sense of like you're both adults, it's obviously illegal because you're a teacher. The same way that a student in a class with a professor was fucking their professor. Like, yes, that's illegal. Like, you can't do that. It doesn't matter if y'all are both adults. It's a power dynamic, which basically is, which essentially to say that, dude, you are a teacher. You could literally be like, yeah, I'm gonna fail you if you don't fuck. So of course like I said, you genuinely can't tell if like the person actually was wanting to be with them like that or if they just were an actual predator. Either way.
It was determined that dimethyl sulfate is so dangerous, it only takes 10 minutes of exposure to half a gram of it per cubic meter to kill someone. And of the 20 symptoms that were reported in the hospital that night, 19 of them are directly linked to symptoms of DMSO4. The only one that wasn't linked is vomiting. That was never seen in dimethyl sulfate experiments. But if someone's undergoing, face burning and muscle spasms and paralysis and all those other things, they might throw up. So you may be thinking, all right, that makes sense. The DMSO2 became DMSO4, and that's what got everyone sick. However, there is a hiccup in that theory. While it's easy to make DMSO2 because all you do is just add another oxygen atom to the sulfur, you can't just add 2 more oxygen to make DMSO4. Because for DMSO4 to happen, the sulfur has to break both of its methyl bonds, which are pretty strong. My organic chemistry class is finally coming back to help me. The sulfur has to break 2 methyl bonds, which are both strong, and then connect to 2 additional oxygen atoms, and then those oxygen atoms connect to the methyl groups. Meaning that whereas for the first step, it's just, add some oxygen and there you go. For the second one, you need a lot of energy to break everything down to its base components and then reform as dimethyl sulfate. And dimethyl...
Oops. Alright, time to go back to this.
Sulfate itself is a pretty strong chemical. It doesn't vaporize until 370 degrees Fahrenheit. So in order to break down all of these elements and put them back together as DMSO4, it would take a lot of energy. But do you know what's got a lot of energy? A defibrillator. Grant proposed a theory that perhaps the DMSO2 in her body, which formed from the DMSO and oxygen, was electrocuted by the defib that gave it enough energy to either break apart the bonds it had or to restructure itself with the other chemicals and elements that were present in Gloria's body. Now, this has never been recreated in a lab because we can't, hook people up to a bunch of chemicals and then electrocute them to see what happens. Although
I think legally, if you commit an act against a person that shows lack of humanity, you should be able to be subjected to being experimented on until you die. Even though I do want them to get rid of the death penalty, and that's generally just because, I'd rather, I don't know. There's been way too many people in history that have died due to the death penalty that were innocent. Yeah.
that'd be kind of cool. But this has never been recreated in a lab, so it's all theoretical if this could even happen. But some scientists agree that it is possible that if you put this combination of DMSO2 along with the other trace elements that would be found in her body and then electrocute that it could theoretically form dimethyl sulfate, which would turn the emergency room at Riverside General Hospital into a gas chamber. Now, a very diluted one, mind you. There wouldn't be enough in her system that it would be immediately lethal to anyone standing around, but definitely enough to make them sick. It's also the only thing that could explain everything that happened, from the weird smells to everyone getting ill to the crystals in her blood. There's nothing else that makes sense, at least not any one answer. Because the series of events that had to happen is absurd. To make sure we're all on the same page, Gloria Ramirez had cervical cancer, so she decided to get an oven cleaner or a degreaser in order to try to remedy that cancer, so she takes that. She then has heart palpitations likely brought on by the kidney failure, which, mind you, the reason that level of DMSO might have been lethal or in concentration enough to cause the effect it eventually did is because she wasn't able to urinate it out of her system because of the kidney failure, which might have been exacerbated and probably was because of the DMSO. So because she takes this alternative medicine and also has kidney failure, it creates a combination that whenever she gets into the ambulance, the oxygen that's pumped into her lungs combines with that to make DMSO2. Again, fine for now, but then that compilation of DMSO2 that's staying in her system gets electrocuted with chest paddles, which in that moment turns Gloria into a toxic gas factory. One of the most bizarre one-off moments in medical history that almost killed a lot of people and perhaps definitely killed Ramirez. Which, if that's true, then no wonder they were unable to revive her, because the inside of her body was producing a nerve agent. And yes, again, while without another chemical being added, it takes 370 degrees to get this stuff to vaporize, a small amount of it will vaporize naturally. Perhaps small enough to just make the people in the building sick instead of killing everyone. Now, it should also be mentioned that the family of Gloria has vehemently denied that she ever used DMSO. And I hate to go against, what a family says about a lost loved one, but I don't see any other way this case could be explained. There's a lot of conspiracy theories about the case too, which are completely unfounded, but I have to mention them because it's me. A few of the weird details are the syringe that contained the actual crystals of supposedly DMSO2 disappeared. No one was able to find that syringe after the incident. And while that isn't unheard of, a lot of people used it as fuel for the fire. Another detail is the coroner, who was originally investigating all of this, took his own life about a month after Gloria died, so people think he was silenced. And the other weird detail is Gloria's third autopsy. So Gloria had the first autopsy that was a week after her death. She had the second one where they took samples 6 weeks after her death. And then the family, who didn't believe the hospital or the laboratory saying it was the whole DMSO thing, had a coroner do a private autopsy 10 weeks after Gloria's death. During that third autopsy, Gloria's heart was missing, and a lot of her internal organs had fecal matter on them. And a lot of people point to these things about the coroner, about the autopsy being weird, and the syringe missing to say there was some kind of cover-up. There was a theory that got passed around the News Times LA that the hospital was smuggling methamphetamine, and that what actually happened is someone accidentally hooked up one of these smuggling IV bags full of meth to Gloria, and everyone in the hospital got hit with a vaporized meth. For one, that would have been found in the autopsy report, and
I'd want to work at that hospital. What the fuck?
No. Like, trust me, if there's anyone out here who wants to point fingers at an establishment and say that there's some grand conspiracy that people are unaliving themselves over, it's me. But we have to have some kind of merit to work with, guys, or else we're just going to get made fun of. I mean, more than we already are. The syringe was either thrown away or lost in the confusion of the hospital being evacuated and then cleared. The whole coroner death doesn't look like it was related at all to Gloria. That guy had a lot on his plate with a lot of different investigations that he was doing. And if you'll remember, whenever they did the second autopsy with Gloria, they took a lot of samples. And since her cause of death was heart failure, it's reasonable that they would have removed her heart for future study. And also, the third coroner mentioned that a lot of her internals were too badly decomposed to really analyze anything. So it's not out of the question, if some organs were removed and others cut, that some fecal matter could have seeped out into the rest of the body. Again, Gloria's family maintains that she never used DMSO, and Gloria's sister has gone on record saying that it is the hospital's fault for Gloria's death and the poor sanitary conditions at that hospital. Although in following investigations, this was never supported. And while it can never be proved with 100% efficiency,
Yeah, before it says 25%, don't go in. Now, that's only for the accounts in the clan. Anything else, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing your alt accounts, it don't matter. On my alt accounts, at least this one that I'm leveling up, I'm running straight through. You know? But for, like, the, yeah, for that other one, it's, or for the clan one, I believe that's what they said, you gotta check an announcement. They are the second. There we go. I'm not even looking at those screens. I'm on my fourth one. I'm leveling up alt. It just got enough,
because the samples are too old to be analyzed now, and we didn't have any testimony or reports then that were looking for something like DMSO.
Where they said it. It's an announcement. There's a picture where he said, I lied, stop here. It says room 5 out of 20. Why? Uh,
It seems to me that this is the most likely option, as outlandish as it is. And with this case, I noticed a lot of people who talk about it well, there's two approaches to it. There's the approach that I grew up with on YouTube that a lot of you are probably familiar with, where this is treated like a supernatural occurrence, like the mysterious toxic lady who went into a hospital and then everyone around her got sick and maybe she was possessed or like had some kind of demon plague or whatever. And the other approach I've seen is with people who are following the whole DMSO theory, that she effectively used a hardware store paint remover in order to treat her cancer, and that is what kicked off the series of events that led to the mysterious toxic lady death. A lot of those people have a tone of, oh, imagine being so stupid that you end up nearly killing a whole hospital room full of people. Or they at least kind of have this tone that Gloria was dumb enough to use DMSO to try to treat her cancer. And I think the thing to keep in mind with all of that is that Gloria Ramirez was diagnosed with cancer 6 weeks before she was dead. She was a wife and a mother of two who, it seems from the records, never began chemotherapy. More than likely because her, again, prognosis wasn't good and her chances on chemo weren't good, or maybe she just couldn't afford it, or the insurance wouldn't back it because there wasn't a point, who knows. But she was a mother who was about to die, and it seemed that normal medicine wasn't going to do anything, so of course she's going to try something weird or out of the box. And as far as the idea that she's somehow responsible, or I should say...
Absolutely the fuck not. Nope. I will wait until I get Fruit 99 on every account. But as of now, hell no. If I ever buy any, I'll just wait till retards try to flood the market with it. Till then, I don't care for it. It's nice. Don't get me wrong, it's really nice, but you have to use 10 regular fruits to get one, or 100 regular fruit to get one shiny. Good shit.
willingly responsible for what happened in the hospital. Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the 6 unsolved deaths of the Kamar Daban incident. In August of 1993, 7 Kazakhstan hikers took a trip to the Kamar Daban Ridge in southern Siberia. After departing for their trip on August the 2nd, the hiking crew would never be...
You could easily get Enchant 99 and Potion 99 with that much, easily. I think it's under 100 mil for each.
Seen again. That is, save for one member who managed to get away that day. However, her account is both troubling and raises more questions than it does answers. So we're going to take a look at the story, the accounts of the survivor as well as other people who were on the mountain that day, as well as take a look at what evidence there is in order to try to make some theories. Now before I get into it, I want to mention that 2 of my friends who do great work in this creepy horror side of the internet that I'm in, Nick Crowley and Cadaver, have both done fantastic videos about this incident as well, and their video links will be in the description. So if this story interests you, I encourage you to check them out, as they both really nailed the presentation of it. So if you're interested, stick around after the ad as we're going to bring...
Oh, Mastery Book. Get that now. If you can afford it now, get it now.
break down what might have really happened that day in the Siberian wilderness. So how about before I make your life worse by between the Galaxy lamp, we are going to go for 15% off What's Not to Love. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Galaxy Lamps for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most.
Yeah, you can tell it's an old video. That brother's starving. The fuck you mean Galaxy Lamps? That bro was fiending for some money.
I hope you all enjoy. Check them out in the
Yeah, get that.
description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching.
Hey, my boy got taste. Is that Igor? I know he changed it before. It used to be Astro World. Okay, Wendigoon, I thought you were hillbilly. Okay, you got some taste. See, that's why I like him. He's a Christian. He's a gun advocate, but he's not a loser like all the other fucking people are. That like make it their whole personality. Shit. Like he's just like, yeah, I just believe in God and I think guns are cool. I don't know what his opinion on like lowering the or upping the age for assault rifles, but
watching. This hiking group in question was led by the experienced Ludmila Korovina. She was an experienced survivalist who spent most of her free time in the mountains and was known
why would she not spend her free time in my bed?
For training people in wilderness survival. At the time of the incident, her daughter, who was only 16 years old, was leading her own groups up the same mountain as well. On this hiking trip, she was joined by 6 of her students, those students being Timur, Alexander, Dennis, Victoria, Tatiana, and Valentina. Ludmila was very meticulous when it came to the planning of these trips, doing things like getting the group together in order to do preliminary training months in advance. And even doing things like plotting out the specific caloric intake that they would all need for their days in the wilderness. Now, the Kamar-Daban Pass is a fairly popular hiking spot in southern Siberia. As a matter of fact, the same day that this hiking group went out to make their voyage on August the 2nd of 1993, there were 3 other similar groups on the mountain that same day. Despite it being August, the trails of the Kamar-Daban region are so elevated that it's not uncommon for the temperature to get around 30 even in the summer months. However, for experienced hikers who packed warm jackets, this wasn't an issue. The goal was for the group to set out into the woods on August the 2nd, spend about a week before making their way back to civilization around August 9th. As mentioned, Ludmila's daughter was leading her own hiking groups, and on this day she was one of the other 3 groups who was on the mountain as well. Ludmila and her daughter had set up a plan that throughout the journey they would cross several intersection points so that they could meet with each other, make sure everyone's okay before continuing their journey. Everything seemed to be fine on the first 2 days of this journey until on August the 4th when a heavy rainstorm hit. The other groups who were on the mountain said that the rain and wind was intense, even blowing down trees and causing tents to be picked up off the ground. The next day on August the 5th, Ludmila's daughter waited at the next meetup point that her mother's group was supposed to come to. However, Ludmila never came, and her daughter just assumed it's because they were slowed down by the rainstorm.
Once I hit rank 20 on this account, I ain't leveling it up for a bit, I don't think.
Her daughter not yet knowing of the tragedy that happened on the morning of August the 5th. Ludmila's group didn't make any of the other rendezvous meets they were supposed to after that, but again, her daughter just assumed it was because of the rainstorm. That was until August the 9th when a group of kayakers were making their way down a river in the region, came across a girl who was standing on shore and screaming for them to help. Whenever the kayakers stopped to see if she was okay, she immediately ran to them and began hugging them and crying. This girl, who was later identified as Valentina Udovchenko, said that her entire group had been killed and she was the sole survivor. This group of kayakers took Valentina with them, and the next day on August the 10th, she managed to make it to a police station and tell them what had happened. However, bizarrely, the search didn't begin until 2 weeks later. And then 2 days after that, on August the 26th, the bodies of the 6 others were found. The bodies were all found in a clearing above a nearby tree line. They were all grouped within a few hundred feet of each other, and considering that they had been left outside for nearly a month at this point, were in various stages of decomposition. After the bodies were brought back, they were all diagnosed as hypothermia being the cause of death, save for Ludmilla, who was diagnosed as having a heart attack. We'll poke holes in this and look at further details in a minute, but I'm just getting the main narrative out of the way first. Suspiciously, despite the cause of death being ruled as 6 cases of hypothermia and 1 of cardiac arrest, they also found signs of pulmonary bruising, pulmonary edema, as well as protein deficiency. The diagnosis of hypothermia as well as the protein deficiency led several people in the local media to say that Ludmilla had been arrogant and brought these kids into the woods and ended up killing them. The primary narrative of people at the time was that she was too hard on the people that she was hiking with, and considering that some of these kids were as young as 15, she essentially pushed them too hard in the midst of a rainstorm, and that's what caused them to die. Valentina rejected this, however, she would not give her account of the situation for 25 years. Valentina told her story to the police and then a year later finally told her parents, to which telling them the story caused her to have a mental breakdown. She moved far away from the region, but even then was harassed by members of the media as well as investigators for decades to come. Finally, in 2017, after 25 years, Valentina told her side of the story to a reporter. According to Valentina, everything was going well up until the rainstorm previously mentioned on August the 4th. That night, the group was unable to start a campfire, however they managed to set up 2 tents and go to sleep, despite being rather cold. The next morning, they did manage to start a campfire and had breakfast before they set off on their hike. At this time, they had already made it to the highest point they were going to travel and was beginning their descent. It wasn't long after packing up camp and beginning their descent down the mountain that they heard Alexander scream at the back of the group. Whenever the group turned around, Valentina said that Alexander was bleeding from the mouth and eyes. As he continued to scream, he began to froth at the mouth before he fell on the ground and started convulsing. This caused everyone to panic except for Ludmilla, who ran to him and tried to help. Ludmilla ran to Alexander and told the rest of the group to go wait in the tree line to make sure they're safe. However, as soon as the rest began to move, they heard Ludmilla scream, to which they turned around and the same thing was happening to her. The blood from the eyes and mouth, as well as the frothing and convulsions began. The group immediately ran to help the two, with Tatiana arriving there first.
Yeah, that absolutely not. I'm sorry, don't take me on a trip like that. I'm leaving you. Bitch, why are you frothing at the mouth? You got rabies. I'm leaving.
However, it wasn't long until the same thing began happening to Tatiana, with the added mention that she was scratching her throat as well. Valentina ran to Tatiana to try to drag her away because the group began to realize maybe there's something in that specific spot, to which, as she was, Tatiana bit Valentina, causing her to let go. It was then, according to Valentina, that Tatiana crawled over to a rock and began bashing her head on it until she quit moving. The 4 that were left began to panic. Valentina froze in place while Dennis went to hide behind a rock. The 2 others, Victoria and Tamir, began to run down the hill towards the tree line when all of a sudden they were both overcome at the same time. The same symptoms as Tatiana occurred to them, from the bleeding from the face and the scratching of the throat. However, they also began to strip their clothes off. Dennis ran to Valentina, managed to shake her out of it, and said that they need to get out of there. And as they were running, Dennis began coughing and spitting up blood as well, to which Valentina panicked and just kept running. She made her way deep into the woods, to which she set up a small tent and slept for the night, expecting the same thing that killed the rest of the group to kill her as well. However, when she woke up hours later, she realized that she did have a chance to survive, and if she was going to do that, that meant she had to get food. So she made her way back up to the hill from where the group came from and scavenged the food off of the bodies. Whenever she went back to the bodies, they were all lying in the same place that she had last seen them, and she was able to take things she needed from their supply bags without being overcome by whatever took them. She knew that power lines ran along the ridge in the region, so for the next few days she followed the power lines until she managed to make her way to the river, to which she was spotted by the kayakers 4 days later. This is a very different story than everyone dying of hypothermia. However, this account does match with the details of the group being in an open area a few hundred feet apart from each other, but the bizarre symptoms of their death doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So now that we have all the official records of the story as well as Valentina's account, let's look at some of the evidence that's here to see if that can help us figure out what happened. The first thing I want to do is poke holes in the hypothermia theory. Yes, they were in a region that is cold even in the summers. However, this was a very experienced group of hikers who had done hikes similar to this and much worse than this many times in the past. And while the rain was unexpected and does make the trip more difficult, there were several other groups in the region who didn't have a problem. Regional guide at the time, Valery Tartanikov, in regards to the situation, said that it should have been totally impossible for them to freeze to death in the middle of August, especially since they were able to build a fire that morning. And whenever researchers found the bodies, they went a little ways up the hillside and found the spot where the fire was built. So yeah, it was cold the night before from the rain, but there is actual evidence as well as Valentina's account that they were able to warm up around the fire the next morning. And several investigators in the case have noted that they weren't properly prepared for a cold rainstorm. And while that may be true, everyone in the region was underpacked because no one expected a rainstorm. And again, they all made it out okay. And to really put the nail in the whole hypothermia theory, the deputy head of search and rescue at the time in that area, Leonid Ismailov, said that upon investigating the bodies, they all had sealed plastic bags that contained cold weather gear. So however cold they got, they didn't think it was cold enough to break open a plastic bag that had warm clothes and a sleeping bag in it. So the official account is that they all froze to death, but didn't think it was worth unpacking their sleeping bag or going through the trouble of changing clothes. Not to mention that Valentina survived the freezing cold and then another 4 days by herself in the same climate, as well as, again, everyone else who was on the mountain at that time. Here's the other thing. Hypothermia is a notoriously hard to determine cause of death during an autopsy. And while there are symptoms that point towards hypothermia, like frost erythema or Wisniewski spots, these are only seen in some very extreme cases of hypothermia. So that doesn't mean that just because a body does not have these signs, that it wasn't killed by hypothermia. So on this very hard to diagnose cause of death, what was the medical examiner's official reasoning for calling it hypothermia? He said that it was, quote, signs of general cooling and no nutrients in the muscles. Yeah, signs of general cooling can mean literally anything, as in it was cold. And while a lack of nutrients in the muscles can be credited to hypothermia, it can also be credited to things like a lack of protein or just general fatigue. So even if you don't take Valentina's account of what happened into account, through the evidence we are given, I think we can safely throw the hypothermia theory out the window. The other popular theory was the theory that was believed by most at the time, which was that Ludmila's arrogance caused the death of the group. The evidence for this is things like local trail guides said Ludmila would regularly take groups into the mountains and come back early because they couldn't take the intensity of the trip. And whenever they found that campsite I mentioned earlier, which was the last campsite they set up before the group began to die off, they only found one empty can of beans there, which led people to believe that she made one can of beans and made all 7 of them eat out of it, so she was starving them. However, Valentina heavily resents this theory, and as a matter of fact, this theory is one of the main reasons that she took so long to tell her side of the story, afraid that the outlandish nature of it would cause people to think that she was just covering for Ludmila. However, as Valentina points out, several trips together. She says that Ludmila was so specific about the group being well fed that she had plotted out how each of them would intake 2,400 calories each day on their journey. However, I keep saying this, but it keeps being the hole in all of the media's main theories. No matter how hard she was on them or how much of a bad idea it was to be on the mountain at this time, A lot of other people were on the mountain at this time, including Valentina, and they were all fine. The other point of evidence people point to say that Ludmilla caused their deaths is that detail I mentioned earlier, that they each had a protein deficiency in their system at the time of death. But according to Valentina, as well as other hikers who knew Ludmilla, she was known to go up into the mountains and forage for things like golden root, which is a plant that can be eaten. So they were taking in calories and eating, it just wasn't necessarily protein, which would explain the protein deficiency. And whenever the hikers' bodies were found, they all had golden root in their backpacks, which further disproves that theory. Also, as a final weird note in all of this, so whenever the bodies were found, the mention that Valentina had, that two of them began stripping off their clothes, that was seen as one of them was just wearing an undershirt and one of the guys had just taken his shirt off completely. However, perhaps more bizarrely, 3 of the bodies had taken their shoes off. Now, if you're going with the hypothermia theory, there are some weird cases of people freezing to death in the wilderness, and in their final moments they began taking their clothes off. But that's normally in cases where someone's been freezing over the course of a couple weeks, and in their final moments have like this final adrenaline rush that overcomes them. And if you're going off the theory that Ludmilla got them all so weak to the point of death, except for Valentina for some reason, who was able to run for 4 more days by herself. The idea of these people being too weak to walk, but then they suddenly just throw off their shoes and then die is kind of weird. Plus, and this is probably the most obvious thing you're thinking of at this point in the story, all the bodies were found in a few hundred feet of each other going towards the tree line. So the chances, if it was hypothermia or starvation or whatever, of all of them getting really ill and collapsing in like the
Hold on, need restroom. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to go. Shit.
The same short span of time, again, except for Valentina, who lived for another 4 days, doesn't make any sense. Also, keep in mind all these theories are assuming that Valentina made up her entire story to either cover for Ludmilla or just to troll, I guess. So now that we've gotten rid of the normie theories, let's talk about the cool, weird internet theories, to which there's only one I would really put any weight to. The first of which was mentioned by members of the search and rescue crew, is altitude sickness. Altitude sickness is whenever someone gets to like low pressure environments in very high altitude, and it can cause heart issues and breathing problems. However, altitude sickness that would kill you is only in really extreme climates and altitude changes, and the bodies were found at 2,300 feet above sea level, which for one isn't that high up, and also this was on their way back down. So if they were going to experience altitude sickness and all die at once within a few hundred feet of each other, they would have done it way further up the mountain. And even the search and rescue crew who found the bodies said that this is a pretty far reach. Another theory is the idea of food poisoning. As mentioned, Ludmilla was known for foraging for food on the journey itself and would do things like eat mushrooms, so one of the theories is that she fed the group bad mushrooms. However, she was very experienced with foraging and probably wouldn't have made the mistake of eating a super dangerous plant. In the research I did into goldenroot, it is possible for some strains of goldenroot to be bad and cause you to become ill. However, like worst case scenario, if you were to eat pounds of bad goldenroot, is you would probably throw up and get a headache, and that's like it. So if it was food poisoning, it would have to be something that was a one-off standalone event, like that specific can of beans being contaminated, and again, Valentina not touching it, so circumstantial at best. Another theory is ozone poisoning. The idea that it rained a lot and caused parts of the ozone to come down and poison just them and no one else. One of my favorite theories that I don't think has any weight to it is the idea of infrasound. See, this case is so weird that people in the region have said, well, maybe, you know, it was a big windstorm. The wind had the perfect speed passing through the mountains that it made an infrasound that caused their brains to like explode or something. There is the theory that the military murdered the entire group, and Valentina was, I'm not kidding, forced to sign an NDA saying that she didn't see anything, and she made up the whole eyes and mouth bleeding story. So the idea is that the military wipes out an entire group of hikers and the leader, and then sees the one girl who survived and is like, hey, sign this legal contract. And of course the theory that they were murdered by the Yeti, which for some reason seems more plausible than the military one, because if it was me, I would feel more obligated to sign an NDA from a Yeti than I would the government. The final theory, which is the only one I give any amount of credence to, is the nerve gas theory. It's no secret that in the past, especially during the Cold War, Russia developed several biochemical weapons. Nerve gas specifically can enter through the mouth or skin in some cases, and whenever it's taken into the body, can cause symptoms like blood from the eyes and mouth, as well as frothing and convulsions. This would also explain details of Valentina's story, like people scratching at their throats as they were dying, as they would have been able to literally feel the lining of their lungs and throat peeling off and coming up as blood. I again want to mention Cadaver's video on this topic because he had a very plausible route for which this could have happened, in which he found evidence that a chemical weapon known as Novichok, which is a type of nerve gas, was in development and testing up until 1993. And it's not a secret that many of Russia's weapon testing was conducted in the Siberian mountains. And while yeah, it would have been way too high vis for the government to just be like, oh, let's test out this nerve gas on these 7 random hikers, we know that they were developing Novichok in '93 and quite possibly in the region, so what's to say there wasn't a kind of gas leak? Nerve gas can take 4 to 5 months to fully evaporate, and Novichok specifically, as mentioned by Cadaver, is incredibly lethal and can even be absorbed through the skin. So it would only take very trace amounts of it in order to kill someone.
Yay.
Furthermore, gases like nerve gas are particularly heavy in the environment and tend to lay low near the ground. And weaponized gas forms like this
What? Oh, you mean Jake Paul? He finally fighting Mike Tyson? If that's what you're talking about? No, it's on November 5th. What are you talking about?
Are very pliable to rainwater. In other words, if you have a contaminated area and then it rains, that will cause the contaminant to flow out into surrounding regions. So here's the most plausible theory, and I know this requires a lot of circumstantial evidence and coincidental things to happen.
Oh, no, it is. So when is it? That shit off my screen. There. Oh, it starts at midnight. Who the fuck is Mike Perry? I don't know fighting at all, so don't get mad. I don't know about old fuck number 28.
But considering how odd this case is, it's the best we got. The Russians were testing Novichok or some other nerve gas at a very high elevation months before the group ever came to the region. After the tests were completed, the military left the nerve gas up there to dissipate because there's really nothing else you can do with it, and everything was fine until on August the 4th when a heavy wind and rainstorm came. And if you'll remember, things like nerve gas are very heavy in the atmosphere, which means they would have rolled over the sides of the mountains and traced their way down the mountain itself. From there, the group would have had to have only breathed in or even touched little pockets of the gas itself in order to take in a fatal dose. This would explain, according to Valentina's account, why Alexander screamed, had the symptoms. When someone ran to him, which would have been the same pocket of gas, the same thing happened, and then to a third person as well. Potentially at that point, the gas was working its way down the hillside and was just enough to hit the other three, leaving Valentina very lucky as she managed to get by the pockets of gas itself. This would also explain why several hours later, whenever she returned to the same bodies that had been affected, she was totally fine, because at that point, the gas pockets had moved on. Remember the pulmonary edema and pulmonary bruising that I mentioned earlier? Well, pulmonary bruising, or bruising on the inside of your alveoli themselves, most often comes from people who inhale contaminants. Furthermore, the pulmonary edema, or liquid in the lungs, is a common symptom seen with people who are exposed to nerve gas. However, by the time the bodies were found, they were so decomposed that if there was blood on the skin or a nerve agent in the lungs, it would have been gone at that point. Also, remember that detail I mentioned at the beginning, that whenever Valentina came to the police and said that her friends had died on the mountain and gave the private account of what happened, how it took them 2 weeks to get up there? Well, several have theorized that perhaps the police were aware of military weapon testing on top of the mountain itself, and they were simply waiting to make sure that all of the gas was expelled from the area. You could even take this a step further if you wanted to, and say that perhaps the reason a very circumstantial case of hypothermia was ruled as hypothermia is because the medical examiner knew not to intervene with government weapon testing, but I'll leave all the crazy conspiracy stuff to you guys for now. And while I understand that this story requires a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different specific details to work in specific ways, like the gas affected just this group and none of the other groups on the mountain, considering how bizarre the scenario itself is, I really do think it's the best we got. Either way, I feel that the Kamar Daban incident will always be remembered as one of the most bizarre and unsettling, unexplained mysteries to come out of the world's wilderness. And while horrific and terrible, I believe the details of it, as well as the theories around it, are going to continue to be theorized about, such as I'm doing right now, for many years to come. And if you're still here, then you're probably... Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the story of one of the doomed voyages in humanity's twilight days of exploration, and that is the failed journey of the Franklin expedition and its ships, the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror. I've always loved this story because it's one of the last cases of adventure and exploration and serves as a testimony of what that adventure can lead to. Now, this story may be familiar to you if you saw the AMC miniseries The Terror, which was about the Franklin expedition. However, that took a few creative liberties with the story, and I want to tell you about the true story, or at least the story that was pieced together by the evidence I'm going to talk about. Now, there's also been some other YouTubers who have done a fantastic job of covering this story as well, like History Buffs, who compared the real-life accounts to the accounts of the TV show, and Maritime Horrors, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTube channels. I'm going to include those videos down below, as well as some of the others that I really enjoy, but if you want to hear much better accounts and representations of those stories than whatever I can manage, check them out in the description. Two quick things before we get started. For one, I am back to the Blue Yeti mic, as you can see, and I'm trying out a lot of different settings with my camera. I've heard you guys in the past video saying that the lighting was weird and the audio was weird, and I'm really dumb to all this and trying to teach myself with YouTube videos, so honestly, let me know how this looks and how it sounds, because I'm trying my best. And also, if you're a patron, stick around to the end of the video. During the end credits, I want to make one last announcement for everything that I mentioned on the Patreon lately, so stay tuned for that. And for everyone else, hopefully you want to stick around as we talk about one of the final stories of humanity's desire to explore the Earth. But before we get into a story of adventure, into the wrong back guarantee. So you can try it out, and if you don't like it, you can get your money back, although I'm sure you will. And right now, you can't go wrong, because if you go to Atlas's link in the description, you will be able to get their plan for 82% off. That's right, if you go to the link in the description, you will be able to get everything I just mentioned, from the internet privacy to the email protection, as well as the server location change, and much, much more for 82% off, or in other words, $1.99 a month. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Atlas for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all enjoyed.
Also, is it like, are these? Wait, no. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize each one had a different, like, thing. I thought it was like, if you won, it randomly had a rarity. That's cool then. See how fat, I see how far the amount of people that are going to try to buy that is.
Again, check them out in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. To really understand the importance of the Franklin expedition, there's a little bit of history that goes into it. See, for a really long time, Europe was trying to find some means of travel between themselves and Asia. Because if someone wanted to go from, say, England to China, it was a several-year expedition that made them loop all the way around the bottom of Africa because the Suez Canal had not yet been invented. However, once the Americas were discovered, people figured out that the globe was a bit bigger than they initially thought it was. So people at the time began speculating perhaps there is a path to Asia if one were to travel north. Specifically, north through the Arctic around the North Pole and down south into Asia. If this theory were true, it would save literally years of time during travel, as well as the lives of the people who died aboard ships making these long voyages. In the late 1700s, the Hudson Bay Company made several expeditions around the coast of Canada trying to find an inlet that they think could get them to pass across into Asia. At the time, no one really understood the westward to eastward expanse of the Americas, and people were kind of testing the shores to see if there was any breakage that they could drop south through. And in the 1800s, the Secretary of the Admiralty, which is basically England's Navy at the time, was determined that there was a passage near the North Pole. In 1845, Sir John Barrow was 82 years old, and at the end of his career, he was determined to commission the first travel from Europe to Asia through the North Pole. And so Barrow set about in finding the best captain for the job who could man such a dangerous voyage. The first two captains that he selected each turned him down because while both of them were very experienced with the Arctic, they have both sworn off ever traveling north again. See, traveling to the Arctic by ship at the time was not only an incredibly dangerous journey, but a terrifying one. Whenever it became winter near the North Pole, the oceans would begin to freeze on the several inlets that the ships would travel through, or in other words, you could be sailing for a year and then be stuck for half a year as the water freezes around you, where you have to wait for it to thaw, and you continue sailing into the nothingness of ice and water. As I mentioned, in the decades leading up to this expedition, there were several other attempts to try to get through the Arctic Passage, and most of them ended with the ship turning around after about a year and a half, and even then with several of the crew members dying of either food poisoning or hypothermia or pneumonia and the other various diseases you could die of at the time, as well as many sailors reporting to have gone mad due to the isolation of the North Pole. Or technically northern Canada, not quite the North Pole, but I mean, like, it's just like infinite ice. You couldn't tell the difference anyway. The third pick for the job was a sailor by the name of Francis Crozier. He had taken many trips to the Arctic, was well experienced, liked by the Admiralty, and was up for doing it again. It sounds like the perfect option. However, Crozier was Irish, and it was a big deal for the British government at the time that it needs to be a thoroughbred member of British royalty who makes the first expedition. The fourth pick for the option was a captain by the name of James Fitzjames, and yes, that was his real name. And while he did fit the criteria of being of British upper class, he wasn't that experienced with sailing, especially not in the Arctic, so he was passed up as well. The man who would eventually lead this expedition was Barrow's fifth pick for the job, Captain John Franklin. John Franklin was of British upper class and a sort of celebrity amongst the sailors of the time. He was incredibly kind to sailors who worked under him and was also a religious leader who would regularly lead sermons and pray with the men aboard his ships. His wife, Lady Jane Franklin, was also a well-loved figure in England, and the two of them were known for being very philanthropic and giving to local charities and schools and things of the like. So to most of the British public, Captain Franklin seemed like a natural fit. So why was he the Admiralty's fifth choice? Well, Captain Franklin was second in command during another Arctic expedition in 1818, and he was also a part of two separate Canadian expeditions in the decades that followed. Keep in mind, any one of these expeditions would take a few years at least. Well, one of these expeditions ended in disaster, when the crew essentially became lost and their food provisions ran out. As a matter of fact, according to sailors, during this time, Franklin's crew became so desperate for food that they began cutting and eating the leather of their own boots, to which Franklin was given the nickname by some sailors, the man who ate his own boot. However, because of his pleasant demeanor and place in British society, he was again the fifth choice of the Admiralty, and he readily accepted the job. Some historians say that perhaps he took it in haste because he was trying to make up for the shame of being called, the man that ate his own boot. However, even if this were the case, he was incredibly careful and lighthearted around the people in the crew, and throughout the entire expedition, I could find no one writing of ill will about him. The expedition was to occur across two ships, and to make sure that everything went well, the aforementioned third and fourth choices were also made a part of the expedition. Franklin himself was set to captain the HMS Erebus, while Francis Crozier, the third choice I mentioned earlier who was knocked out of the league because he was Irish, was given command of the HMS Terror and named executive officer of the expedition. And the fourth choice,
I wouldn't want to be on no called the HS Terror.
The young Captain James Fitzjames was named as Franklin's second in command aboard the Erebus itself. The government naturally felt better that even though their fifth option was the one leading the charge, the third and fourth options were right there with him. Franklin's ship, the Erebus, and Crozier's ship, the Terror, had each been a part of Arctic expeditions from 1841 to 1844. Now you may be thinking it's probably in bad faith to name a series of expedition ships the Terror and the Erebus, which Erebus comes from Greek mythology as being the dark ring around Hades itself. Well, the reason that the two ships were named that is because they were each originally part of the British military. As a matter of fact, the Terror was in the War of 1812 and took part in the attack on Fort McHenry, which was the battle in which Francis Scott Key wrote America's national anthem. They were each massive ships, with the Erebus weighing 378 tons and the Terror weighing in at 331 tons. The ships at the time were also state-of-the-art. They were lined with these iron bands and reinforced walls, and the propellers and rudders even had a function where a latch could be pulled and they would fold inside of the ship. That way, if you passed through a lot of ice, it could just bump off the iron and you wouldn't worry about knocking anything off. The ships were also ahead of their time in that they had steam engines inside of them, which had been taken off of trains. So if you were at open sea and there were no winds, you could still move by bringing in salt water, purifying it, and then using it to burn steam and power the ship. It even had a heating system that was piped throughout the ship, which again in 1845 was a huge deal. In the months before the departure, the men were essentially seen as astronauts. They were hailed as being the brave people who are going to step out and change our way of life as we know it. And as historians have noted, an astronaut is given their spaceship, and the Terror and Erebus served as spaceships of their time. Now, it turned out that the construction of their ships ended up being part of the problem down the road, but right now I'm talking about the fun, lighthearted stuff. We'll talk about the death and destruction in a little bit. Lady Franklin was incredibly proud of her husband, and as soon as the officers of the voyage were announced, she made all of them get their picture taken, which was a brand new technology at the time. She also bought her husband a pet monkey named Jacko, who was to accompany them on their journey. In the meantime, Captain Crozier of the Terror brought along his Newfoundland dog by the name of Neptune. The ships also had a cat on board, however that's less remarkable as that was kind of a necessity at the time because, you know, if you were out there for 3 years and then mice destroyed your food supply, that would be bad. Each ship also left with over 1,000 books in their respective libraries, as well as different sporting effects, because, you know, if your ship is stopped in the middle of the ice and it's so thick that you can get out and walk on it, so that way you don't lose your mind, it's probably a good idea to, like, play a few games while you're out there. Each ship was also equipped with several barrels of liquor and 2 tons of tobacco. Again, not to ship or haul any of it, this is just so the sailors don't go crazy. They even left with different costumes and fancy clothes, so that way if they were bored, they could put on plays for each other. I should also mention that the men of the Erebus would cut up the costumes and make tiny costumes for Jacko. Another recent invention that was a very big deal at the time was that of canned food. See, it had always been an issue historically of keeping food so that it doesn't go bad, so the fact that you could seal and preserve it was a huge deal on expeditions like this. However, what came to light after all of this is that the British government hired the lowest bidder to make over 8,000 tins of food about 7 weeks before the ships were set to set sail. This became a problem that I'll talk about in a little bit. Also, the other food source was cattle, because this ship was so big, they would just straight up bring cattle on board, which, I mean, if you don't have a refrigerator, I guess you just let the steak refrigerate itself until you need it. Despite all these preparations, however, only 6 men of the 134-man crew had any experience with the Arctic. Nevertheless, on May the 19th of 1845, the Franklin expedition set sail from England. The crew consisted of 24 officers and 110 sailors. They made a brief stop in Scotland as the Barretto Jr. and HMS Rattler accompanied them to the coast of Greenland. At this point, the Rattler transferred over the last of the supplies that the men would need and took back 5 sailors from the Erebus and Terror who had become sick during their journey. These 5 are the only survivors of the Franklin expedition. As the Rattler departed, it also took the final letters of the men that were to be sent home back to England. In Franklin's 14-page letter to his wife, he had said that spirits were high, and although he had banned drunkenness and swearing amongst the crew, they still seemed to enjoy his company. He also mentioned that Jacko was stealing several trinkets from the men, but they all thought he was cute, so they didn't care. From all of the letters that were sent that day, everyone seemed to be in good hopes and thought that the journey would turn out well. In July of 1845, a whaling ship passed the Terror and the Erebus at the Baffin Bay as the whaling ship was heading back to England and the expedition was working its way closer to the Canadian Arctic. This sighting of the whaling ship is the last time that any of the crew were ever seen alive, at least officially, but we'll get there. Now, before I get into theories and talking about what happened to the expedition specifically through discoveries that were made, let's talk about what led up to those discoveries. See, this voyage in particular was supposed to take about a year and a half. So when 1847 rolled around and there was no word from any ships that had seen him or any letters conveyed back home, people started to worry. And one of those people was Lady Franklin herself. Whenever she brought her concerns to the Admiralty, they said that they were unfounded. So Franklin, in an attempt to find out of her husband's whereabouts, began to amass people and committees in order to get the state to do something. To which her friend Charles Dickens began writing in the paper, urging the public to say something about the missing Franklin expedition. Eventually, the government did and sent 2 sea expeditions and 1 land expedition across northern Canada to look for any sign of the crew. Furthermore, the state put out a £20,000 reward for anyone who could find the crew, which by today's money is about $2 million. And thanks to no small part to Lady Franklin's urging, it became a matter of public interest of what became of the expedition itself. A song even became popular at the time, known as Lady Franklin's Lament. Eventually, the search party found some sign of the expedition when in 1850 on Beechy Island, they found several tin cans, what looked to be the remnant of a camp, as well as 3 graves buried in the ice. The names on the headstones were that of 3 members of the expedition, spaced out over the course of several months. It wasn't uncommon for people to get out in the middle of the cold and die of pneumonia or tuberculosis, so this didn't prove that the entire crew had met a tragic end, and as a matter of fact, it shows that they were in enough state that they could still bury their dead. However, the dates on the tombstone indicated that they were buried in 1845, meaning that this had to occur in the first several months of the expedition. Furthermore, in 1851, an iceberg began to be spotted off the coast of Greenland that had 2 ships stuck in the ice of the iceberg itself. Now, it turned out later that these were actually 2 abandoned whaling ships, but stories of seeing 2 giant ships frozen in ice didn't help quell any of the fears back home. In 1852, a captain by the name of Edward Belcher managed to get trapped in the ice while looking for the Franklin expedition, and a total of 4 ships were lost and had to be abandoned during this voyage. This isn't necessarily related to the story, but one of those ships was called the HMS Resolute, which was recovered by Americans several years later, and as a sort of gift, America returned that ship to Britain, to which Britain then made several desks out of the wood of the ship, and one of those desks, called the Resolute desk, was gifted to President Hayes and still sits in the Oval Office to this day. Just fun note. There's a lot of reports that Belcher was very hasty and made a lot of bad decisions during the voyage, and that's what led to losing 4 ships. However, this was enough to scare the British government away from looking for the crew after so much cost had already been accrued. And officially, the expedition was declared lost and the crew dead on March the 31st of 1854. The next month, on April the 21st of 1854, a man by the name of John Ray, who was from Britain but was currently living with the Inuit people in Canada, said that he came into contact with a few natives who said that they had found signs of the Franklin expedition. See, at this point, no one had any idea what happened to the expedition, and this was the first clue of their whereabouts since the 1845 campsite. While talking to local natives, John Ray said that they came across a campsite of some 35 to 40 men who were all wasted away and dead. specifically near the southernmost point of King William Island near the opening of the Back River at northern Canada. The natives had several items to prove that their story was true, including silverware with Crozier's initials on it, as well as framed pictures of the captains themselves. The most horrific part of the story is that the hunting party that came across this campsite said several of the bodies were mutilated and cut up, and due to human remains being in the fireplace, it was suggested that the final survivors had to resort to cannibalism. John Ray collected several more testimonies and then brought his findings back to Britain. This coincided with an unrelated search that happened in 1855, in which a crew said that they found a piece of wood located on King William Island that had Erebus carved into it, and another piece of wood that had Mr. Stanley carved into it.